International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. Better give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, cloudy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Monday. That's right. It's Monday News Day, folks. Monday, October 13th, 2025. And I can't even hear myself think right now because we got the landscapers around and they are using the heavy industrial equipment right outside of my window. But I am live, I am alive, and we have a lot going on in the world, a lot going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And this is precisely the time where I tell you all about what I have done in the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming buttons to help me God. That's exactly what I'ma do, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. That will be illegal in California as of 1/1/26. Snitch on their asses. Wait, what? They're my fucking landscapers. I don't, why would I snitch on their asses? Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. As you guys know, I didn't actually stream yesterday. And the reason why I didn't stream yesterday is because I wanted to take some time out because I was fucking really pumping. I haven't had a moment of solace, a moment to myself. I keep getting on the plane, off the plane, live streaming every single day, no matter what. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a day off. I'm going to take a me day. I'm going to rest. I'm going to recover. I'm going to watch a lot of Code Geass. And also I am going to, not only watch a lot of Code Geass, but I'm going to watch a little bit of Mussolini, a son of the century. And that's precisely what I did. Now, that was a lot of fun. Saturday Epic got canceled with Pokey and Lily. Yeah, I don't think that's what happened. I don't exactly know what happened, but I guess that's like what people are using to extend the conversation over this saga. But you skip stream and Brother Saleh left us shaking my head. But you're going to stream more of the Mussolini series? I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to try to get Joe right on the broadcast, as a matter of fact. But I feel a lot better taking a day off, honestly, because it makes me miss the stream quite a bit. I binged. It's weird to say, but Mussolini is so good. It's not weird to say. It's understandable. It's so spectacular. Another Banger Fear End episode in the books, and it was released earlier today. As always, we shot it on, I think it was on Thursday night. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Can you get Paul Thomas Anderson on the stream? Pfft, I wish. Don't be crazy now. I wish. But yeah, what was I saying? Il fascismo. Yeah. Hung out with my mom a little bit, slept a little bit, played some basketball. Who is this fat American? It's me. I'm the fat American. John Oliver covered Bari Weiss taking over CBS. Yeah, I saw that. Interesting stuff. And I mostly did a little bit of reading, and I did a little bit of thinking as well. True, stop getting fat again. Don't worry, I'm actually working on that right now. Speaking of which, working on that, this morning I woke up early, went and lifted some weights as always, and I'm feeling pretty good. I hit like 235, 4.5 for an easy 5. Hit 225 for an easier 8, easier than usual 8. Here's also the daily Kaya penance.
Kaya, what is that? Kaya, you got 2? You got not 1 but 2? That's crazy. Both of the bones? Selfish girl.
What's up, everybody?
Yep. Her greed sickens me. Me too. Calling her a brat is abuse. I was thinking about that, like with all of the dog abuse meta going on, with all of the back and forth on the dog abuse meta going on, like if people saw me like wrestling with her, you know what I mean? They'd be like, oh my God, he beats her silly. Like he beats her sideways. Did you see Dr. Mike PhD situation? No, I have not. You raise a little capitalist. She is a brat. She gets whatever the fuck she wants. But this is pretty funny. To all the haters, this is how your normie friend sees you, by the way. Poor Evan. Dude, I don't get any of this. Stop tagging me. He electrocutes his dog with a shock collar if it moves off the platform. He says, okay. But Hasan gives her 2 bones. She must be shocked. Yeah. She's never done anything wrong in her life. I know. My dad sent me a Stephen Miller tweet about you, not the White House one. What Stephen Miller? The fuck? Spooktober Blast Off. Ooh, I like this one. Guys that don't even know Kaya's name, coming in here saying you abuse her. I know. Can we just move on, please? Because the memes were funny in the first couple of days, but now the only people that still are like actively pushing it are people who are genuinely mentally ill, in the way that like anytime my fucking arm moves around or like I unlock the gate or some shit, like I do have a button on my desk for the gate, right? And I unlock the gate, and obviously, if you have a dog, you know this already. When they hear that the gate is unlocked, they perk up. They're like, oh my God, he shocked her again. You know, it's just, they are weird stalkers that are demonstrating their mental illness. And I think it's just, you know, it is what it is. Bro, they are narrating your dog absolutely schizos. Yeah, it's cop brain. This is going to be a post on its own again. I know. Anytime I bring anything up, anytime I even address this, like people go fucking nutty over it. So I feel like I am giving it too much energy. I know, but like chatters also are like, oh, this happened, that happened, whatever. Yeah. In any case. Where was I? You're creating employment. True. Genuine question. How do you deal with this level of psychosis directed towards you? I don't know. I'm fucking stubborn. Okay. That's it for the personal news side of things. Not really much going on in my life. I know it sounds crazy to say, but you know, it is what it is. We got a lot of news to cover. Day 3 of asking you to please check out Road to Empress is like 5 hearts under one roof, but instead you play as a palace girl and thrive and connive your way to Empress based on Empress Wu Zayton P content. Yeah, I've heard that's fucking awesome. I might actually dive into that in a little bit. What did you hit at the gym? Chesticles. Upper body push-pull day. Your energy level is fantastic. Taking some R&R really refreshed you. Yes, it did. All right. You can't go to China until you you finish that game. Well, I guess I have to do it then. I guess I have to do it to him. How the fuck do I fill the little gap between the pecs? I don't know. I think it's just like about how your muscles look. you might be cooked in that regard. But your boy is still active. Your boy is still working out. Your boy is still going after it, getting after it. You already know what it is. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. That's all I got. Let's blast off. Let's get into it. Hostage swap in Palestine. JD Vance daggered over Tom Homan bribe. Trump in the Middle East gets a standing ovation. Israel loves Trump more than us. And Netanyahu won't attend the Egypt summit. So much more news. It's Monday news day. Get in now. I think it's the least shocking turn of events, the fact that Israel likes Donald Trump more than Americans do. That is the most normal, understandable event of all time. You know? It's of course Israel likes Donald Trump more than we do here in the United States of America. And I mean, like, legitimately, there is a bigger bipartisan consensus on loving Donald Trump in Israel than the United States of America. Like, sure, we have a lot of fucking weirdos and Trump cultists that love Donald Trump here in the United States of America, but there is, even before the prisoner swap that's taken place, like, Donald Trump has always had more motion in Israel than Benjamin Netanyahu. He's had more motion in Israel than Joe Biden. He's had more motion in Israel than in America. Always. It's something that he himself has also personally recognized. Very strange stuff. It's only strange, however, if you think about, like, Israeli politics as something different somehow. But yeah, we'll talk about friends of the show. We'll talk about friends of the show, Ofer Kasif. Protesting against the Trump reveal. Ayman Odeh and Ofer Kasif got aggressively kicked out of the Knesset for silently holding up a recognized Palestine paper during Trump's address, which is kind of crazy to think about, because, like, I feel like it's crazy to have people who are, like, actual anti-Zionists. It's crazy to think about having actual anti-Zionists that are in the Israeli Knesset demonstrate more of a fucking spine in Israel than, like, American politicians do. Like, very few American politicians actually have that level of motion. I guess, like, you have more of an outlet to do that if you're in Israel, but, like, why are you sending a tweet so many times? Because it's a blast off meme, chatter. You already know. We're blasting off. Go like it. Go repost it. Let the people know that we're live. Let the people know that we are alive. That's how we do it. Are you still going to China this year? Yes, I am. Their whole country's a cult. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, these are the two memes that we got. This hog talk was made for you. Are we gonna watch another Mussolini Son of the Century?
What's up, Russ? What's up? What's happening? How you guys doing? Wonderful. How are you? I heard that you guys are feds. Feds? Yeah. No. No? You're not? What about you? You a fed, sir? That sounds like it. Sounds like it.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. That is the most fed. This is a federal agent activity. I am sorry. That is crazy. This motherfucker posted up, like, how do you do, fellow kids? How do you do, fellow kids? But, like, even more out of place than Buscemi was in that meme, okay? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. This is... You can tell he's a Fed because nobody will be wearing a Phoenix Sun shirt in public. Yo, shout out to FaZe Adapt, okay? He's brave enough. You are being racist towards Suns fans? You think that's what it is? If you're like a public, if you can declare publicly your support for the Phoenix Suns, like you might be actually thumb coded. I don't think I've ever casually lifted one leg and held it against a tree. I've only seen cool kids do it in shows. No, it's even if we're going to do like body language analysis here, I think what's crazier is how high his leg is. It's not even like look at how high his leg is on that tree. Like this is the least like I'm trying to look comfortable ass pose I've ever seen in my whole dang life. Looks like the 45-year-old hog skateboarder that followed you at the LA protest. Oh yeah, remember the one with the fucking earpiece? Yeah, he's just tactically chilling. He is doing ocular ascertain. He is doing ocular pat downs. He is tactically ascertaining whether or not he must engage in a kinetic pat down, in a kinetic incident. Okay, that's all this is. That's all this is, baby. Yeah, he is just doing that. He's doing that thing. Digging in his butt with that heel. That's so fun. Digging in his butt. That's true. Anyway. That's you got to look out for these guys when you go to protests. All right. So obviously we're going to start off. This is going to be a somewhat Gaza heavy day today because it's a major news story. Not that I feel like Americans have moved on from it to a certain degree where, you know, half the people are just like, okay, ceasefire is here. Good. This is what we wanted. It's over, right? Like now we don't have to think about Palestine ever again. And then there's the other people who are like, it's not enough. We should have killed more Palestinians. And they can't openly say it like that. So they just go, why are the ceasefire now people so quiet? Why are the ceasefire now people so quiet? Meanwhile, the fire hasn't ceased. Okay. Yeah. RIP to Saleh. Like there's a very famous Palestinian journalist. There's a very famous Palestinian journalist who was shot and killed in the additional Israel-backed gangs, Israel-armed gangs that immediately tried to take advantage of like the power vacuum that existed for like a brief moment. And Israel, instead of directly engaging the Palestinians, has basically let these like gangs roam around, and they come in from like Israel protected areas. They go into areas where like Hamas is reasserting control and the Palestinians are reasserting control, and basically they engage in these like gun battles, and a lot of people are covering it. They're not fully understanding exactly what's going on, but unfortunately in that process, are they like settlers? No, they're collaborators. So there are, for those of you that don't know, I mean, I'll get into it a little bit later because we're currently just talking about my GOAT, peaceful president, Mr. Peace. I like to call him President P, short for President Peace. Okay. Because he is my GOAT. He is the peace president. He's the peacetime president. He did it. He did the damn thing. Okay. President PP. Yeah. PP for short. President Peace. Anyway, because I know there will be some fucking hogs in here that are like, oh, why don't you give him credit? It's like, yeah, in comparison to Brandon, he actually did enforce the power that he had over Israel. I mean, he could have done this in fucking January, which would have, I think, in my opinion, if he had done this in January, he would have received a Nobel Peace Prize, and he would have deserved a Nobel Peace Prize. The fact that he actually waited for like another 9 months so that Israel could get, kill a bunch of more Palestinians in the Strip is gross and disgusting. But, you know, at the end of the day, if we're going to measure him off of what Brandon did and what Brandon could have done and refused to do versus what he did, he did. He did actually eventually fucking say to Israel, it's over, it's done. As far as we know, because right now, once again, just like I said with the last ceasefire, if this is long lasting and this actually starts up the process of recovery, relief, and also recognition of a statehood, a recognition of sovereignty, true emancipation for the Palestinians, then I'm on board. That's great. Okay. I don't think that that's going to happen. I don't think that that is going to happen. And I don't even think that the ceasefire is a legitimate one. I think Israel is going to find ways to violate it. If you recall, for the last couple of days, I've mentioned two things that Israel could potentially use to make it seem as though they don't want to abide by a ceasefire, to claim that it's actually the Palestinians that are not abiding by a ceasefire. And they have literally started using those two things. If you've been in here for the past week or so, when I was covering this stuff, you already probably heard that. Number one, they can't find all of the dead hostages. They're gonna use that as an opportunity to say, the Palestinians are spoiling this ceasefire negotiation. They're not abiding by it. And they've already started saying that. And number two, they'll claim, well, these guys are not actually fully disarming. So we have no other choice but to go in and continue our genocide. Both of those things are like being entertained right now in Israeli news. But overall, this is where we're at. We're taking it one day at a fucking time. So let's take a look. Breaking news. Donald Trump signs historic Gaza peace plan.
President Trump now signing that historic Gaza deal. Let's listen in.
Some were brought in and some were not. And they're working out to find out where those bodies are. It's hard to believe that you even have to say something like that. It's so sad. It's so sad. But what's not sad is that we have finally, after, I guess they say 3,000 years, I've heard from 3,000 years to 500 years, but whatever it is, it's a lot. But this was the granddaddy of them all, and frankly, I thought this was probably going to be the toughest, and maybe in many ways it was, but we had a lot of good talent. Steve Witkoff, Jared, and Marco, and Pete, and General Kane.
3,000 years, more like 3 million. You don't understand. 3 million years. It's been promised. It's been promised to Israel. It's Israel. Israel. I love the Bible. It's in the Bible. You know me. I'm a big Bible fan. I'm a big Israel fan. I am feeling more confident about the longevity of the ceasefire just because of how much Trump has put his personal brand behind it. Given how hard he's going at owning it, it would be very embarrassing for it to break down now. His statement on Hamas made me feel more confident as well. Yes, this was actually another unique moment where Donald Trump says the quiet part out loud in a way that is so unexpected from any American leadership whatsoever. This was a huge moment. Correspondent goes, Hamas is rearming itself as a police force shooting rivals. What's the message to Hamas? And Donald Trump straight up goes, that's going to happen. They're taking control over the strip. They've been open about it. They have to do it. Many, many chaotic moments. This has happened so many times with Trump because he just doesn't abide by the normal diplomatic PR trained answers that are required of him in the way that other politicians would. Because of that reason, okay, he will sometimes just say shit that is true, but you would never fucking hear. You would never fucking hear from an American president or even an American politician. He did this with the Houthis. If you remember, he did this with the Houthis. With the Houthis, he was like, yep, they're brave. They're the bravest fighters you've ever seen. The Houthis, they're so brave. They're brave fighters. We couldn't do it. We had to do a deal with the Houthis. They're good fighters. They really got it down, the fighting. And it was shocking when he fucking said that because you just don't expect that from an American president. Or if you remember from many, many years prior, when Trump was originally running for president in 2016, when he had moments like that a lot more frequently, when he wasn't as like Washingtonian brained, he would say stuff like, I think it was with Bill O'Reilly, where he famously once said like, you know, Putin's got killers. Well, we got killers too. We're not such good guys either. Like, it's stuff like that that every now and then comes out of his mouth where you're just like, I never expected an American politician to say that. It's weird. It feels like he just has like accidental truthful moments, partially because he just says whatever comes to his mind, and because he's never experienced any fucking repercussions for it throughout his goddamn career as a politician, he just will sometimes arrive at a correct position. And in most circumstances, he actually says the quiet part out loud, which is very frustrating for a lot of people. Like when he was saying to Ukraine, like, you don't hold the cards, we hold all the cards, which ironically wasn't even true. It was Russia that held the cards. But it's just like it's a very strange phenomena where you see Donald Trump, every now and then just come out with no sugarcoating whatsoever. Lord, oh shit. Fuck. God damn it. Sprayed coffee. With no sugarcoating whatsoever, every now and then we'll engage in these kinds of moments, right? We'll engage in this kind of commentary. We'll say the quiet part out loud. In a lot of instances, the quiet part out loud, unironically, is betraying the supposed, like, America does violent stuff, but it's actually done at the behest of a greater good. America has to be the world police shit, right? It's oftentimes stuff like, it's oftentimes him straight up telling people, hey, what are you going to do about it? Of course, we're going to keep selling weapons to Saudi Arabia, even though they like chopped up an American journalist, because do you have $3 billion to purchase weapons with? And if they don't buy it from us, they'll buy it from somebody else. Like, that's what I mean. When I say, like, Trump has moments of clarity like that, it can go in either direction. Like, when he fucking openly will be like, yeah, if I was a Venezuelan, he was not a citizen. Yes, he was. He was an American legal permanent resident. What the fuck are you talking about? Jamal Khashoggi was straight up. Jamal Khashoggi was killed by Saudi Arabia, and he was an American legal permanent resident. Shireen Abu Akleh, which was sniped by Israel, was a Palestinian, but also an American legal permanent resident. There have been plenty of instances where people with like dual citizenship or have some kind of like American legal permanent residency that have been killed by people that we consider to be our allies. And America predictably doesn't do anything about it because all they give a shit about is selling weapons. But yeah, that's what it is. That is what it is, as always. Yeah, the gray bars are back. Bro, listen to the second speech that Trump gave. It is hilarious. Yeah, gray bars are back right on time. Oh, fuck. Part of me feels like Bibi won't be able to resist pulling out his dick and slapping Trump. I don't know. I think a lot of people are basically looking at what Trump is not just what Trump is saying, but like I've been talking to a lot of Palestinians. I've been talking to Palestinians that are still in Gaza. I've been talking to Palestinians that have escaped Gaza. Palestinians who are pro-Hamas, Palestinians who are anti-Hamas. You know what I mean? Like to get a better understanding of the situation in the eyes of the Palestinian public in general. And virtually everyone seems to think that this ceasefire will hold. Like every single person. So I think there is something different here. And maybe it's because of all of the pressure around the world and like Israel's pariah state. It's made the American government, or at least Trump, recalculate his allowance for Israel to do violence. Okay? That's what it feels like to me.
Of Hamas rearming, instituting themselves as a Palestinian police force, shooting rivals. What is your message? Hamas?
are standing because they do want to stop the problems, and they've been open about it, and we gave them approval for a period of time. You have to understand, they've lost probably 60,000 people. That's a lot of retribution. They've lost 60,000 people, and the ones that are living right now were, in many cases, very young when this all started. And we are having them watch that there's not going to be big crime or some of the problems that you have when you have areas like this that have been literally demolished. You know, you have 2 million people, and probably it'll be less than that, but you have close to 2 million people going back to buildings that have been demolished. And a lot of bad things can happen. So we want it to be safe. I think it's going to be fine.
Mr. President, you have...
Who knows for sure, Katie? But I think it's going to be fine.
Mr. President.
I mean, that right there is straight up one of those, that right there is like one of those unique moments where he's just like, yeah, we're letting him do it. Which, by the way, can change at any moment, right? Because like someone on the Israeli side will be like, no, we have to fucking use that back and forth conflict as an opportunity to go back in to the Gaza Strip with the Israeli military, and Trump will turn around and say it, right? Because so he's saying that the U.S. is approving of Hamas acting as an interim police force, which is probably true, but they would never say that. No, of course it's true. Obviously, like, we're talking about millions of people that live here. They have to have some kind of governance. Otherwise, it's chaos. Of course it's true. Of course it's going to be who already controlled the Strip prior to October 7. They are the only ones with the organizational capacity at this moment. And Israel, knowing full well that there is like sectarian conflict even within the Gaza Strip, with a bunch of criminal elements within the Gaza Strip, have utilized a different clans within the Gaza Strip to actively steal aid and actively fucking shoot at people and create chaos at the point of aid delivery, things of that nature. Like they've been utilizing different factions within the Strip over and over again. So obviously, in order to reassert control in the interim period while the ceasefire continues, the people that are in charge before they actually dissolve are going to do that. Right? And Trump understands that because it makes sense. It has to happen. And what is crazy about it is not that, that's what's going on. What's crazy about it is that Trump recognizes it and says it out loud. Having said that, remember, tomorrow he could say something different. If someone on the Israel side says, Mr. President, why the fuck did you say Hamas is just like reasserting authority and control over the Gaza Strip, where we're going to use that as an example of chaos to go back in to find like a just cause to go and fucking dominate the Strip. He will turn around and say it. He will turn around and say whatever the Israeli envoys are telling him to communicate.
So great. John Ratcliffe was incredible. We had an amazing array of talent, and we were helped by, in particular, the countries represented at this table. I will say, to me, you were fantastic, and your country is unbelievable, and I don't think they give you a fair shake. They talk about you as the...
This is good news, but as Trump, it will flop. Also saying he would have deserved a Nobel Peace Prize is insane. He's a convicted rapist. Don't let this man whitewash his horrid legacy. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. First of all, I don't believe the Nobel Peace Prize is like a valid instrument of justice or peace. Okay? That much is probably clear to you. I've covered it before. I covered it in this past Nobel Peace Prize. Like the recipient was someone who was literally pro-Israel and wants Israel to intervene in Venezuela. Like, that's fucking ridiculous, right? It means nothing. Having said that, if that was a primary motivator, I've always said it would be valid. The second thing I also mentioned that you're failing to consider here is that if he had actually come into office and as his first act in office, he literally fucking implemented the ceasefire that's happening right now, but all the way back in January, then it would have been valid. It would have been valid. And the reason why it would have been valid is because he would have, without having his hands bloody on this iteration of the genocide, even though what he had done prior with the Abraham Accords is basically what led to October 7 to begin with, right? But he would have, because the environment would have shifted so much under Biden, that he would have been able to present himself as someone who is actually charting a different course for the trajectory of the Palestinians. He would have been seen as someone who actually went in there and truly stopped the death and destruction. And yet he didn't do that, and he allowed Israel to continue doing death and destruction for another 8-9 months, which is completely unacceptable. And for the record, what a spectacular defeat for the Democrats here, because the reality of the matter is both the Democratic Party and the Republicans had this maximum power over Israel. Okay? We don't know if this ceasefire will hold. I really hope it does. Having said that, if it does hold, the Republicans will look like the peaceful party once again. And the Democrats will look like the party that had every opportunity to put an end to this slaughter and refused to do so. It's incredible. What a spectacular political defeat this has been, even outside of the immoral nature of advancing a genocide. Think about that. Finally, they are home. Crimea River. There is no hostage swap. The released Palestinians are murderers and rapists. There is no genocide. Fuck Gaza. Fuck Hamas. Long live Israel. Long live America. Death to all Hamas Nazis. Streuselkuchen 8. Zion Nazis feeling a little bit more comfortable with their statements today of all days. You said, so what? So what, yeah. So what? Thank you for your low-tier bait, dumbass. Hasan, Nazi, shut up. Between you and I, it's awfully funny for you to call me a Nazi. You know? Yeah, if you're defending Israel, I think we both know who's the Nazi here. This is what's different about the landscape, even in the Western world now. In the past, you could have just been like, you could have actually been, you could have actually gotten away with like claiming someone who's anti-Israel is a Nazi, right? And there are definitely Nazis who are anti-Israel. I'll go so far as to say there are Nazis who are pro-Israel in larger numbers than Nazis who are anti-Israel, but that's besides the point. Now, what's interesting to me in this day and age is that this doesn't work anymore. This doesn't work after 2 years of genocide. It was never truthful. It was never a truthful retort regardless. But now, a lot of other people, a lot of normies are aware that this is not truthful. And that's the difference. But yeah, it's an absolute embarrassment for the Democrats that Donald Trump has shown more interest in ending the killing in Gaza than Joe Biden did. I know that a lot of Democrats are going to get mad for myself saying this, for other leftists saying this. But this is not only the reality, even though Donald Trump's hands are also bloody here. Make no mistake. Okay, he is also a butcher. He is also responsible for the wholesale slaughter of Gaza. While that is still true, between him and Biden, he looks better on this issue. And that is what's so fucking crazy about this. This is what I have been saying over and over again. Like, the Democrats do not understand. They are losing people to one of the most incompetent, one of the most transparent, belligerent fascists of all time. And everyone is going to give him his flowers over and over again now. And the Democrats are just going to sit around and look petty. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about any of this. It's just so wild to me. But hey, that's Pee-Pee, man. That's the peace president, Mr. Pee-Pee. Straight up. As long as this ceasefire holds, that's the motherfucker who basically forced Israel's hand to stop the genocide after allowing Israel to continue doing its genocide. Make no mistake, he's still a piece of shit. It's crazy. You should clarify that losing people in this instant isn't leftists becoming Trump or Republican voters. Yeah, no, there is a large swath of normies out there that are just not fucking tuned into anything, okay? Many of those normies have decided Israel's doing something bad, but they don't really give a shit about it too much, but they just don't think that it's okay that we're giving so much money to Israel, right? They will hear that Donald Trump ended the fucking genocide. They will hear that Donald Trump ended the war, right? And they'll go, okay, well, time to give him credit, I guess. That's what they will remember. Because people don't actually know exactly what's going on in the background. You have to remember, if you're in here right now, with the exception of those who are coming in here to be like, oh, you're killing your dog or whatever the fuck. For most people that tune in every day, you are very aware of all of the minutia, all of the details, all of the wheeling and dealing that takes place. Okay? The average person, even the average well-read person, if they're only getting their news from like the New York Times or Guardian or the BBC or CNN, MSNBC, they're not getting all of this background detail. They're not getting all of this information. For them, they just see Donald Trump doing the damn thing. Okay? That's what they see.
You're not a nice person and you happen to be a nice person. You happen to live in a little tough neighborhood. You're surrounded by everybody. And without you, this wouldn't have happened. And I just want to thank you very much. That's Qatar. And he's an amazing leader. And another man who's been a friend of mine for a long time. I don't know what it is. I like the tough people better than I like the soft, easy ones. I don't know what the hell that is. It's a personality problem, I suspect. But this gentleman from a place called Turkey has one of the most powerful armies actually in the world. It's much more powerful than he even lets known. If you look.
Oh my God, glaze. So Jeremy and I were talking about Turkey's involvement and what that means, if you remember. And I feel like I didn't actually understand what his question was. And I think there is more to the Turkish involvement and why that's significant that I briefly alluded to in that conversation, but I didn't actually mention or elaborate further on. Turkey is, alongside Qatar, one of the only countries in that region that actively and openly does not say Hamas is a terrorist organization. Okay? They not only host Hamas Politburo members, but they also have a very different position. Despite being under the American security apparatus, the American security umbrella, they will openly state that Hamas is not a terrorist organization, it's a resistance organization. Turkey obviously doesn't feel that way about Hezbollah. There is some other reasons for it. They don't like Iran or anything like that. But when it comes to Hamas, the official position that they have moved forward with is that in spite of their status as a NATO country, they have openly always maintained the position that Hamas is a resistance group, which is the truth, by the way, right? And the reason why the Turkish involvement here was significant is because I think their involvement signaled to Hamas that their involvement in the roundtable negotiations signaled to Hamas that they would be treated more fairly, that they wouldn't be fucked over. Now, I don't trust Erdogan as far as I can throw him. Okay, I don't think he's a trustworthy person, but I clearly the Hamas side, like the Palestinian resistance side in general, made that calculation a little bit differently than myself. Here's some more information on this. Turkey, Qatar, and other regional states would not let Hamas be destroyed despite being verboten in U.S. and U.S.-led countries. Hamas is treated with normal diplomatic protocol in Moscow and Beijing because the group plays an important role in this stage of the larger conflict. Yeah, Gershom Baskin notes how Turkey's spy chief Ibrahim Kalın helped Hamas get over the finish line. In conclusion of these first thoughts, President Trump deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. Steve Witkoff is a deal maker, and without Witkoff, none of this would have happened. Witkoff speaks for the president. Everyone knows it. Jared Kushner's role at this point was crucial because in the near future, Ron Dermer will be working for Kushner and not for Netanyahu. Bringing Kushner for the final round of negotiations was a brilliant move to neutralize Dermer's defined role of foiling every chance of ending the war. The Turkish head of intelligence is very close to Witkoff and to Hamas, and the Turkish intensive role was crucial in putting the pressure on Hamas to agree to the deal and not to walk away from the table. Is Hamas really a terrorist group like the West says? How do you feel about Hamas? Terrorism is a vague definition that the American government and Western nations use against all movements. In certain instances, it's valid. It's understandable to consider some group a terrorist group like ISIS or ISIS affiliate like Salafist movements and Al Qaeda and things like that, especially ones that want to like inspire global jihad, as they like to call it. But yes, in the instance of Hamas, or even in the case of Hezbollah, as a matter of fact, the terrorism designation is actually not an apt one. It's just a political one. It's no different than the terrorism designation that Nelson Mandela had, or the IRA had. It's a national emancipatory movement. A national emancipatory movement, especially with Hamas, in the case of Hamas, that does not operate outside of the confines of historic Palestine. That's what's interesting about Hamas's goals and Hamas as a movement. It's just a part of a larger resistance group that is tasked with ending the occupation. Hamas is a resistance group. They have committed acts that you could describe as terror attacks in the past, but I would hesitate to call it a terrorist group. Its primary purpose is not terror. All militant groups are capable of engaging in terroristic acts. Exactly. If we're going to be super certain with the definitions, the concept that I abide by in terms of terrorism as a non-state actor, like terrorism designation or acts of terror for non-state actors, is oftentimes utilized when like non-state actors decide to target civilians. And yes, it is true that members of the Palestinian resistance have throughout time evolved and throughout time have decided to change their targets away from police and military to civilians as well. These are acts that you could consider to be acts of terror. Okay, while it is still for a higher emancipatory goal, these are definitionally what people think about when they think about acts of terror. 9/11, that's an act of terror, right? You have planes that are flying into a civilian area with the express purpose of causing chaos with a group that has a larger political goal, but what they're trying to do is basically just like put an environment of fear. Right? Boston Marathon is another great example of an act of terror, right? The Boston Marathon bombing. So ultimately, it makes sense if your entirety of your output or if your goals are not inherently emancipatory, but rather colonial. Even if you're a non-state actor, you can still engage in have like a broader colonial goal. Like ISIS had a broader, not colonial, but how do I describe it? A broader goal of creating an Islamic caliphate in this region, right? In the Levant. And that was an area that does not belong to them. They're expansionists. They're killing all these civilians. They're fucking brutalizing them. It is totally, it's an appropriate usage of the term terror group and an appropriate usage of the term like terrorism in general, right? States, ironically enough, oftentimes engage in these sorts of actions with regular frequency, a lot more frequently than non-state actors like Hamas do, for the record. Like, I mean, look at what Israel has done. Genocide is when the state decides to do the maximalist version of terror, right? Which is why I always say that ISIS or Nazi Germany is a closer equivalent to what Israel's ideological goals are and what Israel's actions look like against a captive population that it is the belligerent occupier of. Whereas ISIS is not a good comparison or an analog for Hamas at all, because Hamas's goals are not expansionist. Hamas's goals are emancipatory. In the act of said emancipatory purpose, have they engaged in acts of what you would consider terrorism? Absolutely. Bus bombings are a perfect example of this, right? Like any sort of like direct civilian targeting in any sort of militant action could be considered a war crime or an act of terror. Having said that, ultimately, they only operate within the confines of historic Palestine. And they've always been very careful to say that they only operate within the confines of historic Palestine. Anyway. In one of my classes, we read a paper that said ISIS was like a death cult. Would you say that's accurate? Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's inaccurate. I mean, yeah, they're nutty. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it's not, there's a reason why regional actors don't have the same fucking attitude about Hamas as they do about ISIS, even though the same regional actors that are sitting right there have in the past, at the direction of these guys, have actually funded and facilitated, logistics for ISIS, but that's for a different time, either directly or indirectly.
Look at some of the recent conflicts. He was at the top of them, and he was winning them, and he did win them. And he doesn't want any credits. He doesn't want anything. He just wants to be left alone. He's a tough cookie, but he's been my friend. And every time I've ever needed him, he's been there for me. So I just want to thank President Erdogan, Turkey. Because he is difficult. They call me. They said, would you do me a favor? Could you speak to Erdogan? And I do. And he never fails us. Right, General? He never fails. He's amazing. So I just want to thank you for the friendship. It's good. Thank you very much. And then, of course, we have the host tonight. And I just want to thank you very much. There was a reason we chose Egypt, because you were very helpful. And very, very helpful. Everybody wanted to have this, but we really thought it was appropriate. And you are a great leader. You have very little crime. You have problems that other countries don't have. And of course, nothing's perfect, but the job you do is amazing, and I want to thank you. Another one, we've been my friend right from the beginning. During the campaign against crooked Hillary Clinton.
Oh my God, I can't believe that this motherfucker's talking about crooked Hillary Clinton in Sharm el Sheikh, bro. Oh God. I love how the FIFA president was invited to this, by the way. Yeah, you got Macron in the background too. All the best boys, all the besties are here, okay? Incredible.
We were both downstairs waiting to go up to meet this gentleman who has a place called Egypt, the oldest civilization. They say 6,000 years. China's 5,000 years, but you're actually number one, 6,000 years. Can you believe it? But the oldest, they say, civilization. But so I want.
That's your president, my guy. I can't believe it. Every day that passes by and I see how people behave on the internet, I understand why he's the president. I think I think this is the best it's going to get. I think he is reflective of how Americans are. He's just, this is how this is just how this is us.
To meet him first, and we liked each other so much that she waited for about an hour and a half, and I think your meeting lasted about 2 minutes with her, so I always remembered that. But that was our first meeting. We had great chemistry together, and he's a fantastic man and a fantastic general, by the way. But he's a great president. And
I'm so sorry for your loss. What happened? I mean, it's not a loss just for all of us. It's a loss for the entire world, I think. Like, it's just, there is no world where like America is just hermetically sealed from the rest of the planet. We all lose. When this guy is in charge of basically every fucking Western nation, we all lose. And I don't know. The more I think about this stuff and the more I see the historic parallels of growing fascism and the death of liberal democracy at the time, and the way that like the period pre-World War I, between World War I and World War II, that time frame had similar shocks. Western liberal capitalist nations were basically trying to define what liberal democracies would look like. There was still some institutional grip that the monarchy had over many of these countries. Nation states were being designed. And I think at that time frame, a lot of people were like, yeah, liberal democracy sucks dick, bro. I don't want this shit. I want something different. And we all know what that different thing was. That different thing was fascism. It came up and blew the fuck up because it was so easy to get on board with. It was all vengeance, especially because of all of the economic harm that people had experienced, all of the direct violence that they had engaged with, or the violence that they had experienced. And they were like, yeah, we need to whip everybody up. We need to whip people into some kind of order. And the liberal capitalists thought, you know, who could do this really good? Who could do this really well? The fascists can. And I think a similar version of that is already happening, but this time, instead of like liberal, instead it's the liberal Democrats themselves, like the liberals themselves. And I use like liberalism in the sense of like Trump is a liberal as well. They are the ones who are forming. It's not like a new fascist movement. It's more so that these guys are basically melding their movement into fascism.
Thank Egypt and all of your representatives for treating us all so well. We're really representative of a whole group of nations, and they're sitting behind us, and you know most of them. I can tell you this guy's got so much money. They all have so much money. There's more money and power sitting behind us. I love that they're behind us. We've never been sitting behind anybody before. This is a very unique position for them, but they are.
Netanyahu canceled his trip to Egypt. Oh, yeah. So Netanyahu's, here it is. This is senior Middle East correspondent for I-24 News. Ariel Osaran says Netanyahu's decision to cancel his trip to Sharm el-Sheikh came following opposition by numerous countries that presumed Egypt to prevent Netanyahu from attending the Gaza Peace Summit, an Arab source tells I-24. So he wasn't initially invited. Donald Trump actually wanted him to come. And all of the other countries that are involved, especially the ones that are in the region, did not want Netanyahu there because I think they just didn't want to. They didn't want to be seen side by side with Netanyahu. They didn't want to be seen like shaking his hand or anything like that. And then he basically was disinvited quickly. The source stated that countries such as Turkey, Spain, Iraq, South Africa, and others claimed that since they do not allow Netanyahu to fly over their territory due to the ICC arrest warrant against him, therefore he should not be invited to the summit and seen in their midst. Sources close to Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas relayed messages to Cairo that this is not the time for a handshake with Netanyahu, the source said. Additionally, a group of journalists organized in Egypt sought to join forces with the Hind Rajab Foundation to examine the possibility of contacting a local Egyptian court to issue an arrest warrant against Netanyahu. According to the Arab source, following internal consultations mainly with the security establishment, it was decided to avoid the embarrassment and Netanyahu canceled his trip to Egypt. This person says a peace summit without one of the belligerents present sounds real promising. No, the belligerent is present. Trump is there. The main belligerent is present. Everybody knows that, for the record. So Remember that. Everybody understands. They do the handshakes and they do the symbolism, but everyone understands. They're not stupid. Or even a stupid man knows who is responsible for this death and destruction. The main belligerent here is the United States of America. All of those regional actors know that reality. And therefore, they were like, we have one of the belligerents here. Okay? Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's trip to Sharm el-Sheikh summit was conceived during his ride with President Trump from Ben Gurion Airport to the Knesset in Jerusalem, according to a source familiar with the details. When I spoke with President Trump while he was on Air Force One en route to Israel, he didn't know that Netanyahu hadn't been invited to the summit and said that the Egyptians were the ones responsible for the invitations. During the ride to the Knesset in the Beast, Trump told Netanyahu that he should attend. The source noted that Netanyahu agreed. A senior U.S. official said that afterwards, President Trump began mediating between Egyptian President al-Sisi and Netanyahu. The two haven't spoken since the start of the war in Gaza. Trump called the Egyptian president and asked him to invite Netanyahu to the summit. Shortly after, Sisi called Netanyahu and invited him. Netanyahu accepted the invitation. Then they disinvited him. And the reason why is because what the fuck do you think is supposed to happen? Obviously, it's a little crazy for Qatar to just like sit there and shake Benjamin Netanyahu's hand, right? Also, this shows you exactly where Sisi is. Donald Trump says jump. He says how high. Donald Trump says bark. Sisi gets on his hands and knees and barks. Remember. Okay? British bastard, Trump makes peace in the Mideast and you're still mad? Wait, what? I am saying he is the peace president. He's PP. Okay, that's my goat. He's Mr. PP. What happened? Is this how little you care about everything that's going on? That the only thing you're in here is like an quote unquote own or something? You're like, ha! Trump did the peace, dude. He did the peace. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Iran are also not present. Neither is Hamas. This does make me a bit concerned. The beast is the U.S. president's armored limo. Yes, I know. Sisi awarded Trump. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi has awarded the Nile Collar, Egypt's highest state honor, to President Trump for his contribution to promoting peace and most recently his pivotal role in ending the war in Gaza, el-Sisi's office said. We shall see. I'm Egyptian and I'm embarrassed because of my president. I mean, yeah, well, I'm American. I'm American and Turkish, so I know what that's like. I think there are very few countries on the planet that could be like, nah, I think my president is doing a decent job. You know? Think about it this way. Sisi is more a puppet, so at least you know that your countrymen didn't fucking vote for him. In the same way that we here in the United States of America have to also deal with the idea that there is a decent chunk of the population that fucking loves this guy. I don't know how many people in Egypt love Sisi, but I can tell you it's like 30 to 40% that love Donald Trump, and I think that's objectively a worse situation.
Seriously, they're among the most powerful countries in the world, the richest countries in the world, and there's never been really an assemblage like what we have today. I don't think I've never seen it anyway. And I want to thank everybody for being with us. Man, I just solved the war for him. Azerbaijan. Did that do a good job? Where did you come picture here? Where is there? You guys are still getting along, right? We fought for 32 years, and in about 1 hour we settled it, right? And they like each other now, too. That's great. Well, I want to thank everybody for being here. Italy, she's a very strong ruler. She's doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. So but we're actually going to be making a speech after this. So this is just a very important signing. But we're doing a signing, then we're doing a speech, and then I may stay behind with the leaders just to talk about that some things without the press. I want to thank the media for you've been so respectful on this deal. You know the importance of the deal, and I really.
Dude, everything is small fry for this guy. Oh my God, everything. He's just happy that the media. He is just happy that the media is like saying this is good. That like a ceasefire is a good thing. He's like, finally, they're being so nice to me. It's so. Oh.
It was so pleasant to watch. I was on the plane for quite a while listening to the various newscasts, and they were all fair. They were talking about how incredible this is. This is an incredible day for the world, let alone the Middle East. So I just wanted to thank the media. They really treated it with respect. I wish you could be like that on other things, but that's perhaps too much to ask for. But on this, tremendous, everybody feels the same. Just tremendous respect, and we appreciate it very much. Can we get the documents, please? Okay.
You will sign right here.
Okay. Okay.
See document. Here's
This took 3,000 years to get to this point. Can you believe it? And it's going to hold up, too. It's going to hold up. Okay, thank you. You can use my pen if you want. Have a pen? Want to use mine? Okay. Okay. Okay.
It's pretty funny that Trump is signing anything. Like, officially, the U.S. isn't a party of the conflict. So what the hell is he signing? Come on, man. It's time to get real. You know what I mean? First of all, technically, none of the people here are official parties to the conflict. But it doesn't matter. Everybody knows the truth. Everybody knows the truth. And it's not what Trump is saying with his mouth when he says, like, oh, this has been going on for 3,000 years. We've put an end to it. But everybody understands that, of course, it's America that is like primarily involved in this. Why else do all of these other fucking countries also sit idly by as this seemingly sovereign foreign state that is a settler colonial enterprise smack dab in the middle of this fucking resource-rich region is capable of being belligerent and attacking 7 fucking countries at the same time, including some of those fucking people that are there, like the Qatar. Like, remember, Israel directly bombed Qatar, okay? A month ago. Everybody understands why you just have to shut the fuck up. Everybody understands why you just have to sit there and be like, yes, Mr. President, you're doing a great job, Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. We love you, Mr. President. It is what it is. Yeah, it's all hail Daddy Trump. All right. This is just fucking signing shit. All right.
So we're going to go and I'm going to say a few words. We'll give you a little speech, and then we're going to meet with the leaders after that and spend a little time together without the media. The media is invited to the speech. I just want to tell you the people behind me and some of the people in the room that are so helpful, but the people behind me are the greatest leaders, most powerful leaders, the richest leaders, frankly. Sometimes it's not politically correct to say that, but I'll say it, the richest in the world that the world has ever seen. And yet when you get to know them, I know every one of them in their own way, and I can say in particular some, because that's the way life works, but some of the greatest people you'll ever meet, and people that really care for their country.
Definitely. Definitely. When I think about virtually all of these guys, that's what I think of. I think of some of the best people there is, okay? There is not a single person there that I would say is like objectively a good person. That's so funny. That's the King of Jordan, for those of you who don't know. Sitting at 5'2" is a British colonial apparatus. Even Marx Carney, yes, especially the liberals, because the liberals that are sitting at this table also present this false reality, this notion that they actually care about law and order, that they actually care about like the international rule-based order that was designed, when they obviously don't. They are wolves in sheep's clothing. There are some that are fine. There are some that are better than others there, right? But like, ultimately, it's just like a league of villains.
And why this happened is they all came together and they wanted to get Gaza straightened out. They wanted to get the whole thing straightened out. It got to a point where it was just crazy. And once they got together and once we started talking, it went really, Tamim, it went smoothly. It went so smoothly. You were such a big help, but it went so smoothly that nobody can even believe it, that we're sitting here and getting this all certified out and all done. And everybody's happy about it. Everybody's happy about it, like I've never seen before, actually. I've done other deals and people don't care as much. Big deals. I think they're big deals, but this is something that's taken off like a rocket ship. And it did from the beginning. And I've heard for years, this is the biggest deal. It'll never happen. For years, long before I ran for office, that this is the Middle East. It's
I cannot stress this enough. The Democrats literally wrapped this up as a gift. Not only did they lose the election in part because of their lack of interest in doing this, but the very fact that they didn't do this and then Trump came into office and then did this, especially if it holds, okay, especially if it holds, is just a spectacular fumble. A spectacular fumble. And I don't want to hear it from any of the fucking liberals in the chat that would normally come in here and say shit like, oh, you know, you're just like shitting on the liberals. They have no power in this situation. They had all of the power when they were in charge. Okay. And they didn't, I can't even say they squandered the power, because it doesn't seem like they squandered the power at all. It seems like they wanted this to continue happening. And now the entire fucking world thinks that Donald Trump was capable of bringing about peace in the aftermath of 2 years of genocide. Speaking of breaking from the liberal, socialist, PSL, and PFP candidate Ramsey Robinson announces bid for governor. Okay, man. We're talking about, you know, international
The
events
biggest,
right
most complicated deal. And also it's the place that could lead to tremendous problems like World War III. They always talked about World War III would start in the Middle East. And that's not going to happen. We don't want it to start anywhere, actually, but it's not going to happen. So I just want to thank everybody, and I'll see you in a little while. And in particular, thank you all. Thank you, Tamim. Mr. General, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job.
Am I doomer pilled for feeling like there's literally 0% chance this holds? I think the real, the truth nuke doomer pill is that this does hold and the West Bank encroachment continues and we go back to business as usual where there's even more Western colonial control over the Gaza Strip and no resistance whatsoever from the Palestinian front as they slowly but surely go back to a life of being victim to slow burn ethnic cleansing, which heats up every now and then. When Israel does like sieges or whatever, as they did over and over again. And they continue to make the Strip uninhabitable for any Palestinian human being. And we just kick the can back down the road, and the rest of the world turns a blind eye to it. Because the position that many of you have arrived at after 2 years of genocide, like the realities that you started recognizing after 2 years of genocide, were realities that already existed, right? Many people saw what Israel was doing and wanted to read further. And then they realized, oh my God, everything I've been taught about this situation was wrong, right? But you have to remember, 75 years prior to October 7, the conditions were still horrible for Palestinians. You know? So they were able to get away with it. Israel was able to get away with it because the world did not know. The world did not know what was going on. There was a sophisticated messaging apparatus that they took advantage of. It was a uniparty issue. It was seen as a uniparty issue. I think that's the real scary outcome of this, is that people go, come on, man. That's it. The ceasefire happened. What more do you want? It's like, you don't just move on from a genocide. Like there needs to be a process. There needs to be a truth and reconciliation. There needs to be a process of restitution. The apartheid must end. The occupation must end. Palestinians must get sovereignty. And it's very obvious to me that just like with the symbolic state recognition, conditional state recognition from Western nations, this is America basically doing the same shit that they did, or the same exact thing that like France did, you know, but in their own way, which is, all right, we packed it up. No more genocide. Now shut the fuck up.
Well, thank you very much. And that was...
Why do you think Israel's willing to do a ceasefire after 2 years? There is no Israel's willing to do anything. There could be two reasons. If the ceasefire is fake and they're just simply biding their time, they're just going to go back to business as usual. But it seems like this will hold. And the reason why it will seemingly hold is because America has finally told Israel it's done. Okay? That's it.
It's a great honor. I appreciate it very much, Mr. President. Mr. General, Mr. President, great General, great President, thank you very much. This is the day that people across the region and around the world have been working.
What the fuck? Why did it cut?
Have been returned. Together we've achieved what everybody said was impossible. First few rows and standing behind me, I don't know why they chose to stand, but I promise I'll make it short, okay?
Anyway, here, this is Barack Ravid, but Barack Ravid with the scoops once again. IDF's very own Barack Ravid. Direct meeting between Trump envoys and Hamas leaders sealed the Gaza deal. An unusual and dramatic meeting. An unusual and dramatic meeting last night between President Trump's envoys and Hamas leaders helped get the Gaza peace deal across the line. 3 sources with direct knowledge tell Axios why it matters. One barrier to a deal was that Hamas leaders feared Israel would resume the war once its hostages were freed. In order to deliver a deal, one of the sources contended, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner had to meet the Hamas leaders in person and directly assure them that Trump won't let that happen as long as the group held up its side of the deal. A day earlier, Trump had privately granted permission for Witkoff and Kushner to meet Hamas leaders if necessary to seal a deal when they met in the Oval Office before the pair departed for Egypt. After arriving in Sharm el-Sheikh, Witkoff informed the Qatari and Egyptian and Turkish mediators about Trump's green light. On Wednesday night, around 11 p.m. local time, the Qatari mediators came to Witkoff's villa at the Four Seasons, said there was a stalemate in the talks, and asked if the U.S. envoys were ready to meet Hamas, according to one of the sources. We think that if you meet them and shake their hand, there will be a deal, a senior Qatari official told Witkoff. Behind the scenes, several minutes later, Witkoff and Kushner walked into another villa at the Red Sea Resort. Arrayed inside were the Egyptian and Turkish intelligence chiefs, senior Qatari officials, and 4 most senior Hamas leaders involved in the negotiations. The Hamas team was led by Khalil al-Hayya, who had survived an Israeli assassination attempt in Doha 3 weeks earlier. In a meeting lasting around 45 minutes, Witkoff told the Hamas officials the hostages were now more of a liability than an asset for you. It was time to move on with the first phase of the deal and bring people home on both sides of the border, he said, according to one of the sources. Al-Hayya asked if Witkoff and Kushner had a message from Trump. President Trump's message is that you will be treated fairly and that he stands behind all 20 points of his peace plan and will make sure that they're all implemented, Witkoff said, according to the source. When the meeting ended, the Hamas leaders went to a separate room with the Egyptian, Qatari, and Turkish mediators. Several minutes later, Egyptian spy chief Hasan Rashad returned with his Turkish and Qatari counterparts. Based on the meeting we have a deal, he told Witkoff and Kushner. Flashback, the meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh was the second significant direct engagement between the Trump admin and Hamas. In March, U.S. hostage envoy Adam Baylor held an unprecedented meeting with Hamas leaders in Doha in an effort to free American hostage Idan Alexander and retrieve the bodies of 4 other Americans kidnapped by the group. The deal faltered in part due to strong opposition from the Israeli government, which was initially in the dark about the direct negotiations. The bottom line, the willingness of Witkoff and Kushner to meet Hamas leaders despite the political risks involved demonstrated to the group that the U.S. was serious about getting and enforcing a deal, one of the sources contended. This is why when President Trump's envoys gave their word that this deal will be fully enforced, they believe it. It seems to me like the barbaric monsters in the way that they were presented were seen as much more reasonable than the way that they're presented in the media, right? I wonder why. The U.S. negotiated directly with Hamas to get this deal. Just more proof of how stupid it is to avoid direct negotiations with the Palestinians is the only way to get things done. Of course. MIT MIT seems to be directly pretty involved in this, as Jeremy Scahill alluded to the interview. Yes. Because Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı, which is the CIA of Turkey, that's what this chatter is talking about, is directly involved in the talks because they're one of the forces in the region that the Hamas and all of the Palestinian resistance forces actually have to trust more than like the Saudis. You know what I mean? Like in terms of the Gulf leadership, I would say out of all the Gulf states, Qatar is the only one that has like some kind of legitimacy in the eyes of the Palestinian resistance groups. And then out of all the other regional actors, the one that they definitely abide by or definitely think would give them a fair shake, whether it's correct or not, this is just their assessment, is I would say the Turkish intelligence. Trump, I've known so many of you for so long. You're friends of mine. You're great people. I have a couple of people I don't like in particular, but I won't tell you who.
Sprint to this deal began less than 3 weeks ago on the sidelines of the United Nations in New York. I met with many of the people in this room, and it all just started coming together. I've known so many of you for so long. You're friends of mine. You're great people. I have a couple I don't like in particular, but I won't tell you who. I have actually a few of them I don't like at all, but you'll never find out who they are. Well, maybe you will, come to think of it. The final...
I honestly feel like Trump only wanted this deal for Nobel and now seems not to really care to be there. No, I don't think it's just that. I think the other reason is because, look, it's impossible to fully understand why Trump is doing this, okay? But you have to start with his motivations. Donald Trump's primary motivation always is getting his money up and not his funny up, okay? He doesn't care about anything other than himself. That much is obviously clear. He certainly doesn't care about, like, you know, peace for the sake of sparing lives that could have been continued to be dominated by Israeli incursion and the Israeli genocide against the Palestinians. He obviously just cares about deals. He cares about deal making. He cares about being seen as a deal maker. He cares about being seen as a powerful figure. And I think ultimately he cares about making money. Not just for himself, but also for his EU is greater than you. You are just a cringe communist. Oh, EU is greater than NA. I think in some ways, Europe, and with its history and with its political movements, is better than the United States of America. But unfortunately, the European Union and the European countries are basically servile, like a dog, to our disgusting, monstrous piece of shit government. There have been great movements that come out of Europe. Like, you see what people are doing in Spain, you see what people are doing in Italy, and you see the protests everywhere, and it inspires confidence. But you know, just not great. Anyway, look. Let's keep going. What I was going to talk about is, like, if you're thinking about Trump's main motivations here, I think it's fucking deal making. Okay? I think it's ultimately deal making. He wants to make deals and he wants to build shit. Okay? He wants to build shit in the region. He wants to build shit in Gaza, potentially. Like, that's what he wants to do. He wants to make money. And it's wild because, like, I guess that has led to, at least in the interim, a more peaceful outcome for the Palestinians, a moment of respite for the Palestinians, than the other side of the equation, which is, like, unrestrained, ultra-Zionist social conditioning and firm commitment to Israel. Trump recognized that Israel's popularity was waning, even in his own base. He recognized that Israel's popularity was waning all around the world. And he openly stated it. He said, we're going to make Israel popular again. Israel's lost a lot of support around the world. He said that. He said that. Straight up. So look no further than that if you want to understand where he's coming from. Trump points at UAE official during photo op and says, a lot of cash, unlimited cash. Yeah, he also loves this shit. Like, that's why he keeps hyping up how much money they have. He loves it. He just keeps saying, like, these guys, they have so much money. It's so good. I love how much money they have. Why does he keep pulling him like that? He's such a freak, dude. A lot of cash, unlimited cash. I think the attack on Qatar mattered a lot in Trump moving on this. He really values both personally, financially, and politically the relationship between the U.S. and Gulf countries. Almost immediately afterwards, he gave Qatar a security agreement equal to an Article 5, and he made Netanyahu apologize publicly in front of everyone. Yeah. I think Israel might have... I forgot to mention that. Yeah, I think Israel bombing Qatar after Qatar had already bribed Donald Trump directly. Big mistake. Because Miriam Adelson gave Donald Trump $250 million. That goes a long way. Qatar gave him $400 million in the form of a plane. That also goes a long fucking way, which is precisely the reason why when that happened, if you remember, I said, look, it's transparent corruption. Everybody understands this is fucking bribery, okay? But if this actually moderates Trump's tone, if you go back and listen to my commentary at the time, when everybody was talking about the plane, what did I say? I said, if this somehow makes Donald Trump's tone in the region a little bit more moderate, then I don't even give a fuck. Okay? And I'm not saying that because my main oilers, my main funders are the royalty of Qatar, okay? The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers, and it's for you, the viewers. Okay? And by that, I mean your gifted subscriptions come directly from the royal family of Qatar and the glorious nation of Qatar. Qatari Cat with 100 gifted subs. There it is. There it is. W bribes. W bribes. You keep talking about that, but Van Jones needs to be taking you seriously. Yeah, I know. Anthony Blinken and then Andrea Mitchell. Oh my God, this conversation is going to brick my brain. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. I think some Israeli advocates hope that images of Hamas acting violently towards collaborators or criminals or settling scores would turn Trump off and he would greenlight the restart of the war. That was a bad bet. Interestingly, Trump, though he wallows in a lot of atrocity propaganda, is one of the only powerful Western leaders who treats Hamas not as some barbaric alien being, but an organization with interests and rationales like anybody else. He genuinely seeks to understand why they do what they do, which very few people do. Kind of jarring. To which Megaphonics responded with, Hasan the Hun had a take on stream recently that seems prescient. While previous presidents, most of all Biden, have an ideological foundation for defending Israel, Trump's main motivator, despite his obvious rampant Islamophobia, seems to be personal wins and back scratching. He's obviously stuck his flag firmly on the pro-Israel side for ages, but you don't push for a ceasefire deal such as this and say the things he said recently without some level of transactional detachment from the core of the matter. His interest is only for the deal to hold now. Yeah. Netflix, BBC, and others sent legal letter over Israel film boycott signed by Joaquin Phoenix, Olivia Colman, highly likely to be a litigation risk. Ay, ay, ay. All right, we're going to continue with the speech in a second. But yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this. It's such an insane thing to say, but it's more so a sign of how awful and how deteriorated global politics are that honestly, the person who is simply bribable and financially motivated to push for a ceasefire is seemingly better than the person who is ideologically committed to the project of Israel, the project of greater Israel. Like, even the fact that you have Steve Witkoff, who is there to speak to the Israelis, as opposed to Brett McGurk, is seemingly better. Steve Witkoff also cares about Israel, right? Like, obviously he does. Like, in his private life, in his personal life, he does care about Israel. But he is basically Trump, right? He is there to speak on behalf of Trump. And as a person who is there to speak on behalf of Trump, while they do engage in like wheeling and dealing, and they did this with like Ida and Alexander, for example, ultimately, it's obvious that like Steve Witkoff has less ideological zealotry here than fucking Brett McGurk does. Brett McGurk has worked for numerous administrations, and his job has always been to place Israel's priorities higher than even America's priorities, right? It's that simple. Sometimes guys like that are not going to be able to push the conversation to where it needs to go. The thing is, Trump outsourced the ideological Zionism to his advisors who are ultimately obsequious to Trump personally. So when Trump says he wants something done, they find a way to make it work. Biden was personally invested in Zionism and surrounded himself with similar people, so it went nowhere. Yeah. Like Anthony Blinken, Brett McGurk, Amos Hochstein, like these guys are straight up, they've either literally almost, I think, served in the IDF, or they are very committed to the project of Zionism. Joe Biden is very committed to the project of Zionism, right? Like that's a personal investment that these guys have, as opposed to Trump, who doesn't give a shit about anything. So in this instance, like narcissism and glad handling unironically can make him fucking take a different approach to the situation than like an administration that is comprised entirely of people who are committed to Israel. Straight up. And before people say, is it religious? Like, Biden is Catholic. By and large, it's like the least pro-Israel Christian faction out there. What are you talking about? I don't think Brett McGurk is Jewish either, if that's what you're like trying to fucking figure out. Because like, it don't matter. For these guys, for a lot of these guys, I don't think you understand, like, Zionism is not like something that is baked into their DNA because of their fucking religious affiliation. Like, it's not because they're Jewish, is what I mean. Is Brett McGurk even Jewish? I mean, look at Mike Huckabee. He's one of the most rabid fucking freaks out there. I mean, his last name has Mick in it, so I don't think he's Jewish, but yeah, he's Irish, and he's either WASP or WASP and a Protestant or fucking Catholic. Not that it fucking matters. That's what I'm trying to explain. This is not like a Jewish thing at all. It's just, if it was simply just a Jewish thing, then you wouldn't have the most rabid Christian evangelical Zionists in this country.
We are not going to keep you standing for long. These are great leaders. After years of suffering and bloodshed, the war in Gaza is over. Humanitarian aid is now...
Libs were right. You were wrong in saying Kamala would be the same as Trump on Israel-Palestine. Trump is better, law. Oh, come on, man. I mean, let's not lose sight of the reality, okay? Like, let's not lose sight of the reality that he did for 8 additional months allow Israel to murder and starve the Palestinians, okay? Yeah. We're not giving credit to Adolf Hitler for killing Adolf Hitler. Okay?
Pouring in, including hundreds of truckloads of food.
What the fuck? Wait.
Medical equipment.
Hostages freed. Biden 135, Trump 20. Shut the fuck up. Ain't no way. Ain't no way that's what liberals are doing. Oh my God. Oh my fucking Lord. Oh my Lord, holy goddamn moly. This is crazy.
Equipment and other supplies, much of it paid for by people in this room. Civilians are returning to their homes. The hostages are reuniting. I mean, it's beautiful. I'm just watching it backstage. The level of love and sorrow, I've never seen anything like it. It's amazing when you see they haven't seen their mother, their father. They haven't seen them in such a long time, and they lived in a tunnel, a very little tunnel, very deep. And the level of love is just incredible. It's a beautiful thing to see. It's, in one sense, it's so horrible that it could have taken place, but in another sense, it's so beautiful to see a new and beautiful day is rising, and now the rebuilding begins. The rebuilding is maybe going to be the easiest part. I think we've done a lot of the hardest part, because the rest comes together. We all know how to rebuild, and we know how to build better than anybody in the world. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to the Arab and Muslim nations who helped make this incredible breakthrough possible. And you really did. To President El-Sisi of Egypt, who is so
Can you debunk this
generously
video?
hosting
Thank you.
us
With
today.
absolute garbage.
I want to thank you for
Oh
the
my
outstanding
fucking
job.
God. Brother. You need to be fucking yeeted out of orbit permanently. Brother. Are we serious? Like, they're always serious. This is what they always care about. Have you heard Red Scare talk with Nick Fuentes? Anna's first question is about you and brings you up a lot. She's obsessed with you. I'm not trying to upset you, but why haven't you acknowledged that? Because I thought I thought people would be a little bit more locked into what's going on currently. You know, like this is a fairly historic world event. Anyway, let's just continue.
Your country is doing in so many different ways, and for helping us so much with this peace agreement. I also want to thank the president for the escort of 6 fighter jets. Oh, we looked out the window, we said, I hope they're friendly, and they turned out to be very friendly. But we had 3 on each side, and they are beauties right out of the great, really American manufacturing hub. We make the greatest military equipment in the world. We have the strongest military in the world by far. And I knew exactly what those planes were, and I knew exactly how much you paid for those planes, too. You paid a lot, but you got a pretty good deal. And they are great planes, and we just appreciate it. That was quite an escort in. That was very impressive. But Air Force One was really, it was covered with Egyptian desert just a few months ago. If you think about it, just a few months ago it was Egyptian desert, and now it was just a few feet off our window. And it was a spectacular sight, and I appreciate it very much. Really, that was pretty good. You got our people by surprise. I don't know if they were thrilled right at the beginning, but they were thrilled as we sailed along very, very calmly and safely. And I'm deeply honored to receive from you, Egypt's highest state honor, the Order of the Nile. The Nile is so beautiful, so magnificent. It's such a beautiful title, the Order of the Nile. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Appreciate it. Great honor. I also want to give a very special thanks to the Emir of Qatar, a man who's outstanding. He's been a friend of mine for a long time, long before politics, and he's a fantastically respected man. His Highness Sheikh Tamim is respected by everybody. He's respected by everybody, and in the most positive way, not only because of power, because of his heart. He's got a tremendous heart, and he's a great leader, and his country loves him. Thank you very much for being here. It's an honor. Let me also express our condolences to the Qataris on the tragic car crash that claimed the lives of your cherished diplomats, some of whom were known by our people, and they were supposed to be incredible people. So please extend our sorrow and best wishes. That was tough. That was really tough. On this extraordinary occasion, I also want to give our sincere thanks to President Erdogan of Turkey. He's always there when I need him. He's such a tough guy. He is tough as you can be, but we love him. And when they have a problem with you, they always call me to handle it. And usually I come through. We just have a good relationship, and we have from the beginning. And so I want to thank you very much and say hello to your wife, your beautiful wife. And it's great to be with you. Always there. When I need him, he's always there. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And
Turkey's
I
at the
also
table.
want to thank, I just spoke to him on the phone, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed, Saudi Arabia, a special friend of mine. Boy, he's come so long and so far, and he's doing a fantastic job for his country. And I want to just thank him. And His Highness Sheikh Mohammed of the United Arab Emirates.
You're my favorite terrorist, Hasan. I love you. I feel like there's way better terrorists than me out there. Like if there was like a tier list of freedom fighters, I would say I'm nowhere near the top.
Is here. Where? He's here someplace.
Where?
Oh, he's not here, but he's here in spirit. I can tell you that. And he's been another one. He's been absolutely incredible, and we appreciate it very much. And His Majesty King Abdullah of Jordan. And thank you very much, King Abdul of Jordan. He's here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you really have been a great helper. We appreciate it. Appreciate it. Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan. And also, I have to say, my favorite field marshal from Pakistan, who's not here, but the Prime Minister is here, and you're going to give his regards. Where are you? There you go. Thank you very much. Do you want to say what you said to me the other day? Come, would you like to say what you said the other day? I think it was so nice. Please.
Thank you very much, my dear President Trump, my dear brother President Fath el-Sisi of Egypt, Majesties, Highness.
Bro, am I crazy? It feels like it feels like there is an environment of uncertainty and fear here. You know what I mean? Everyone's like, "Oh God, oh okay, yes, I love you, Mr. President. I told you in confidence that I love you." That's is crazy.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good evening. Well, I would say today is one of the greatest days in contemporary history because peace has been achieved after untiring efforts led by President Trump, who is genuinely a man of peace, who has relentlessly and untiringly worked throughout these months, day in and day out, to make this.
Bro, I can't get over the the audacity, the performance, the spectacle. Like, Gaza is reduced to fucking rubble. Israel has deployed 13 atom bombs worth of munitions on this fucking tiny sliver of land. Okay? On this tiny sliver of land. And you have all of these world leaders that are like patting themselves on the back, talking about how fucking spectacular this is, how peaceful Trump is. It's Trump's weapons. It's the American weapons that caused this death and destruction, this genocide. And virtually all of these leaders have to fucking sit there and act as though, you know, what we all saw happening did not actually happen. And that now we have finally gotten to a position where we've finally gotten to a place where, like, oh, pure peace is taking place. It's taking place. Is I don't know what you're doing. Okay, what? What do you want? What? What do you want? Huh? Okay. The chutzpah, if you will. Is that woman covering her nostrils with the smell from Trump? I don't know what the fuck Georgia Maloney is doing, to be fair. I don't even know what she's doing there. I don't know what she's doing in general. Also 38 billion. The U.S. could have forced Israel to accept the ceasefire 2 years ago. Instead, it spent $38 billion enabling Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza and fighting a regional war on Israel's behalf. Yeah. I mean, when you talk about Maloney, why the fuck is the FIFA president there, bro? That's even more crazy. People were saying, what's his face? Infantino or whatever is there too. The fuck's he doing? I guess he's just like, it's the corruption summit. So he has to be there. You know what I mean? He's like, if there is corruption happening anywhere, you know FIFA has to take a role.
World, a place to live with peace and prosperity. I would say that Pakistan had nominated President Donald Trump for Nobel Peace Prize for his outstanding, extraordinary contributions to first stop war between India and Pakistan and then achieve ceasefire along with his very wonderful team. And today, again, I would like to nominate this great president for Nobel Peace Prize because I genuinely feel that he is the most genuine and most wonderful candidate for peace.
Okay, I can't, dude. This level of dick sucking. Oh my God, he keeps going. Oh my God. If you guys really wanted me to watch that, bro, this is porn, okay? This is pornography. He is blowing bubbles on it. Jesus Christ.
Hey, goodbye, everybody. That was really beautiful and beautifully delivered. Wow. Thank you very much. Also with us is President Prabowo, a very incredible man of Indonesia. President, come here.
Okay, I can't. I don't want to watch like all of the fucking leaders glazing.
It's good to have you. And so many others. I have a list here. This first 3 rows and what's standing behind me, I don't know why they changed.
Yeah, watch. Trump asked, where's the UK? Starmer raised his hand. Trump called him on the stage, making him think he was going to speak. Oh my God. It is a humiliation ritual, dude.
Come here. Is everything going good? Very good. It's very nice that you're here. These people all came in like 20-minute notice, and I think it's fantastic.
What? Oh my God. Oh my God.
All came in like 20-minute notice, and I.
Brother, are you for real? And then Mark Carney starts laughing. Look at him.
And like
Look at Mark Carney's face.
20-minute notice.
Trump is doing to these world leaders what all of my haters think, and many people who have just seen clips think I'm doing to Kaya. He's doing place training, dude. He said, "Get back to your spot." God damn. Servile, dude. Fucking servile. He said, "Place." Oh no. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck? How is this any different? How is this fucking any different than like the divine right of kings? I mean, actually, explain to me how what's happening here has even the auspices of diplomacy, has like any. Like, what's going on here is America is the king of the world and everyone is paying tribute. Everyone demonstrates fealty. Everyone genuflects. That's it.
And I think it's fantastic. And we have so many others, and just so many others. United Kingdom.
Oh my God. Oh, it's just like bad optically. It's just bad in general. I mean, we got to run it back one more time.
Kingdom. Where's United Kingdom? Where's our friend? Come here. Is everything going good?
Very good.
That's very nice of you here. These people all came in like 20-minute notice, and I think it's fantastic. And we have so many others, and just so many others.
Oh my God. You know what's really funny is that all like the England first, mate. Fucking Britland first, mate. What are you fuckers saying then? They all love Trump and they hate Keir Starmer. And the irony is Nigel Farage would be doing the same thing, if not even worse. Okay? Like, this is... You guys can fucking keep running around being like, we gotta defend England, lads. But you are literally a vassal state, dude. Look. And I'm not saying this in a like a flex way. Obviously, my president is a fucking moron. It is crazy, bro. Starmer fucking posted it. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is like, this has to be a humiliation ritual, honestly. Oh, they're so cucked. It's crazy. I feel like everyone has just lost their damn minds here.
Chose to stand, but that's there. They're going to be very famous tomorrow, all of them. We have the Arab League is represented.
He's a moron, but your president has balls, unlike the loser on scene. No, he doesn't have balls, chatter. He's the president of America. That's it. That's the only reason why he gets to do that. Okay? It's just the amount of global power that he has because of his position. The difference is, this has always been the case. This has always been the case. However, while this has always been the case, in previous iterations of quote unquote diplomacy, America at least like tried to entertain the notion of parity, equality, like caring about the sovereignty of other countries. Trump just doesn't play that. Like I said, quiet part out loud. Do with that information what you will. If you live in one of these countries, do with that information what you will. But this has always been the case.
By His Excellency, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. We have Armenia, and Azerbaijan. That's
a tricky one. Oh, we saved him. Oh yeah. He's just like it's a glaze sesh. Only because 11 nuclear aircraft carriers, Lamafao. I mean, I know that's what it is.
Right, and we appreciate it, and we're behind you 100%. That's Hungary. India is a great country with a very good friend of mine at the top, and he's just done a fantastic job, and I think that.
Anyway. There is something I want to fucking show you as well. Where is it? There was another thing that I wanted to talk to you about. Oh, this moment, which is crazy. This is from Eli Clifton, senior advisor at Quincy Institute, referring to what Trump said here, which once again, openly saying the fucking quiet part out loud. I actually asked Miriam Adelson, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once. I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That means it might mean Israel.
Broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that. They kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I could think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank. $60 billion. And I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in and would do.
Bro, literally, this is like... Listen. Think about what he is doing to all of those other world leaders. Now think about who he actually behaves servile to. This is literally like, how do I sit around and act as though this is not like, how do I sit around and act as though this is normal in any way, shape, or form? This is the guy that all the Groypers loved, by the way. This is the guy that all the fucking, anti-Semitic Groypers who were like, yeah, that's my bold, brave president. He's over here in Israel being like, I love Miriam Adelson. She gave me so much money. She loves Israel more than she loves America, but that's fine by me because I also love money. I love money. I talk to them every day. I used to talk to Sheldon, and Sheldon would dog walk me. He would make me bark like a dog, a little dog. I'd go, ip, ip, ip, ip, ip, like a dog.
But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel.
The saddest thing is you all still voted for him. First of all, what do you mean you all? You're in a community where virtually no one, I assume, unless their fucking haters that are simply hate watching currently voted for Donald Trump. Okay.
Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say. We love.
I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, she loves Israel more than the United States of America. That's right. I'm going to get her in trouble. If you said this, you would get banned. Yeah. It's not. Trump has advanced the cause. He's no longer saying dual loyalty. He's saying single loyalty. Oh, Miriam Adelson, she doesn't give a fuck about America. Look what she did to the Dallas Mavericks. My beautiful Dallas Mavericks. Look what she did. She does not care about Texas. She cares only about Israel. Israel first, she said, and I said, me too. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman.
What is this? Sorry, ice cream vendor trickster. This is real life. Watermelon seller gets the girl. Turkish President Erdogan tells Italian Prime Minister Meloni she looks good, but she should quit smoking during their meeting at the Sharm el Sheikh Peace Summit. What the fuck?
From the plane.
Uçakta inerken görmüştüm
We arrived
sizi.
together.
Beraber geldik, intikal ettik havalimanına.
Everything okay?
Her şey yolunda.
İyi gördüm.
You look great.
Oh, thank you.
Ama
Very kind.
sigarayı bıraktırmam lazım.
But I have to make you stop smoking somehow.
I know. I don't want to kill somebody. Yeah.
He just straight up said, yeah, no, she looks great, but she got to stop. I got to make her quit the cigarettes. That's what he said. That's like a direct translation. Bro, why did he grab Macron like that? Dude, you have to remember, for a lot of these guys, they love, especially Erdogan loves doing the alpha shit. It's the same reason why Trump also pulls you in when he's like shaking people's hands. If you notice, like he did that with the UAE guy. Erdogan does that all the time. Sometimes he'll even like grab your finger like this and just clasp onto it. It's very weird. But it's all like a power play for these guys. And when you think about it, he's got like grandpa strength too, probably. He's got grandpa grip strength. The way they interact feels insane for heads of state. Out of the one of 70, why are his mannerisms that of a 100-year-old? I think being in charge ages you quite a bit. Galaksi liderine bak be. Reis. Erdogan. Anyway, there's always someone with a bigger dick in that fucking room. And obviously, while Donald Trump seemingly has the dominance over every single one of these nation leaders, ultimately, the guy that he is servile to is money first and foremost, and seemingly money coming from Miriam fucking Adelson.
Pakistan and India are going to live very nicely together, right? That's not a very, they are. They are. And they're two great, I tell you, leaders, great leaders, as far as I'm concerned. Indonesia, we covered, and I just want to say that...
this is Erdogan doing the finger grab. This was to Macron, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Macron tried to win the handshake battle. Erdogan turned it into a judo move. He does this all the time. It's so fucking stupid. It's so dumb. The New York Times, Atlantic, WAPO, CNN, Guardian, all others have refused to sign Pete Hegseth's new rules on reporting from the Pentagon. As far as I can tell, only OAN has signed it. I guess this is Hegseth waving goodbye to their access to the Pentagon and other DoD facilities. Oh my God. I can't believe that this is like... It's a real dire state of affairs when I feel like it's a moment of solace to cover international politics as opposed to our domestic politics, because our domestic politics are so fucked that sometimes American foreign policy, which is death, destruction, and genocide, seems more stable. A real sign of the times, dude. Everything is so bad. I don't know how else to describe it other than everything sucks. And I do feel like no one is aware of how bad things truly are. People are just sleepwalking. They are completely oblivious.
That's a big country, a powerful country. It does
AKP'liler bunların editlerini yapıp internete atıp bakın ne kadar güçlü galaksi liderimiz diye övünüyorlar. Mesela Hakan Fidan'ın sert bakmasını editleri falan yapıyorlar. Oh my God, they got aura edits for the foreign minister Hakan Fidan. And then also Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Apparently they say he's the leader of the galaxy. Like the people who are pro Erdogan in Turkey are making like aura edits claiming that like he is the fucking leader of the galaxy. That's awesome.
Unbelievably well, and it's great to have you. Iraq, we have Iraq with lots of oil. They have so much oil, they don't know what to do with it. That's a big problem when you have so much, you have no idea what to do with it. So thank you very much thank you very much. Italy, we have a woman, a young woman who's, I'm not allowed to say it because usually it's the end of your political career if you say it. She's a beautiful young woman. Now, if you use the word beautiful in the United States about a woman, that's the end of your political career, but I'll take my chances. Where is she? There she is. You don't mind being called beautiful, right? Because you are. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. She wanted to be here, and she's incredible, and they really respect her in Italy. She's a very successful...
I love when our famous rapist president acts as though he's worried about how his language is going to make people think he's a misogynist. They don't let you do it. They don't let you say beautiful woman. I say it anyway. Beautiful young woman. She's so pretty. She's so beautiful. Like, what are we doing, man? What the fuck's going on right now?
Very successful politician. We have Norway. Oh, Norway. Norway. What happened, Norway? What happened? Where's Norway? Where is he? We have Johnny. We're going to the World Cup. I can tell you that. Where's Norway? I don't think he wants to stand. Oh, he's back there. Well, we have Norway.
Oman, where is Norway?
Again, we have Paraguay. We have really fantastic representative from Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. I'll tell you what, and this time we'll get you the best seat. He always gets the best seat. He deserves the best seat. But what a great place it is. Spain. Where's Spain? Are you guys working on him with respect to the GDP? We'll get close. We'll get close.
He's talking about the NATO deal. He's talking about how Spain refused to abide by the increase in military spending. That's what he's bringing up here. Spain. Yeah, you might get close. Maybe 2%, maybe 3%, maybe 5%.
but fantastic job you're doing. And UAE, which is great. United Kingdom. Where's United Kingdom? Where's our friend?
Oh, this part. We watched this already, but it's good to watch it again.
Very good. That's very nice that you're here. These people all came in like 20-minute notice, and I think it's fantastic. And we have so many others, and just so many others.
He's at place.
It's such a compliment to what we're doing, because what we've done is something very unique and very special. So it's perhaps the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations ever assembled at one time, which is a big thing. We have achieved together in recent days.
Yeah, blowing a 13-colony lead aside, the United Kingdom is literally, yes, the empire in which the sun never set. Think about that. Think about that for a moment. And then think about what just happened.
A change that really is historic, and it's going to be remembered forever. And I want to thank the American team for their amazing work, and I want to thank, I think he'll go down as the greatest.
They literally created Israel, man. They are responsible, first and foremost, for the creation of Israel, and America's responsible for the continuation of Israel's domination in the region, but like, oh, it's just the worst.
Secretary of State in the history of our country. I really believe that, Marco, or I wouldn't say it. Marco Rubio, I wouldn't say it. Maybe I would. You're doing a great job. I'll tell you, he's on course to do it. We've done a lot of work in 9 months. We've done a lot of work. I say that, 1 year ago, a little more, but 1 year ago, America, the United States of America was was a dead country. The king told me, and I use that, he said, sir, 1 year ago it was a dead country. Today you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and it is. It's the hottest country. So many investors are here. We have over $17 trillion being invested in the United States, which is a record that nobody has ever beaten. I don't think anybody will. And we still have 4 months to go before it's a year. So in 8 months, we have over 17 trillion. We're actually very close to $18 trillion. There's never been, as an example, the previous administration had less than $1 trillion over 4 years. We have, we're close to breaking $18 trillion in 8 months. That's pretty amazing. No country's ever done that. I want to also thank Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and my son-in-law and a great guy, Jared Kushner. And I even have my daughter here, Ivanka. Ivanka, please stand up. Ivanka's here. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Ivanka. We have a great team, and we have, as you know, General Raisin Kane. We have John Radcliffe. We have Tom Barrack. We have really a lot of good talent. We have Pete Hegseth, who's now Department of War as opposed to Department of Defense. We made a little change. Somehow I like the name better, so do you, so do a lot of people. But the momentous breakthrough that we're here to celebrate tonight is more than the end of the war in Gaza. It's with God's help. It'll be the new beginning for an entire beautiful Middle East. From this moment forward, we can build a region that's strong and stable and prosperous and united in rejecting the path of terror once and for all. We want to get rid of the terror and get on to other things. There are many other things in life that are so good. The final sprint to this deal began less than 3 weeks ago on the sidelines of the United Nations in New York. I met with many of the people in this room, and it all just started coming together. I've known so many of you for so long. You're friends of mine. You're great people. I have a couple I don't like in particular, but I won't tell you who. I have actually a few of them I don't like at all, but you'll never find out who they are. Well, maybe you will, come to think of it. But I have most of you who I like a lot, and I respect a lot. Maybe that's more important. We listened, and we exchanged ideas, and we kept pushing forward until the job was done, and the first steps to peace are always the hardest. And today we've taken them, and we've put them all together, and we've come up with this beautiful mix like nobody thought was possible. And as you know, I've just come from Israel. It was an amazing day to watch the hostages come in and to watch all of the other things and do all of the other things that we did. And like all of us here this evening, the Israeli people are overjoyed that the war has ended. Many of you have had dancing in the streets. They had dancing in the streets. And they've been dancing for weeks now once they heard about this and they heard that it was even a possibility. They're elated at the arrival of the hostages and excited to begin this new chapter for the entire region, and it's going to be that, and they are going to be great partners, and I hope everybody's going to join the Abraham Accord. I like to say the Avraham. I love Avraham, but somehow it doesn't sound as good when I say it as it does when some of my other friends say it who are from the region. But we're going to get a lot of people joining the Abraham Accords. We have the 4 great nations that did it early on, and they stayed with it. And then you had the Biden administration, which is the worst administration in the history of our country, and obviously they did nothing on that and anything else. And so it stayed at 4, and now a lot of people, even today, they're talking about all joining up. So many people have talked to me about that, and it's going to be a great tribute to really the United States. I mean, the United States has worked very hard in the Middle East, so it would be a tribute to us and to Jared and to Steve and to all of the people, Marco, all of the people that have worked so hard on that. And it really is going to it's going to guarantee that it all stays together. You're going to do well, because the 4 nations do very well. I mean, they do extremely, they're wealthy, but they're a lot wealthier because of it. So I hope everybody's now joining up. Now we have no excuses. We don't have a Gaza, and we don't have an Iran as an excuse. That was a good excuse, but we don't have that anymore. All the momentum now is toward a great, glorious, and lasting peace. And our commitment to fulfilling the 20-point plan we developed together will be the crucial foundation for achieving that bright future. And it's being worked on right now as we speak. And we're actually in stage 3 and 4. It's not going to be, just divided down so simply. We can be long advanced on some of the things that we say we're going to do. We can take them out of order in a positive way, and we've shown how it can be done with responsible nations like the people in this room, these incredible people in this room, setting aside their differences, seeking common ground, and pursuing a better world for all of us. In that spirit, it's my dream that we all get together and enjoy our life. And we're going to put some of you on the Board of Peace. Everybody wants to be on the Board of Peace. They said, would you be the chairman? I say, I'm pretty busy too. But whatever we can do to have peace in the Middle East, it's worth it. But everybody wants to go on the Board of Peace, so we're probably going to enlarge it. We're going to get, and the leaders, the top people, the top leaders, they want to be on the board.
I think while his narcissism and his grand desire to do deal making and be seen as like a deal maker, a peace guy, and his interest in like doing PR for Israel might have pushed the Trump administration over the finish line to press Israel to finally say like it's over. Having said that, he is such a malleable figure that do I think that this Board of Peace is actually going to be anything but like a British viceroy that is tasked with dominating the Palestinians at the behest of Israel? Like, it's the most easily manipulated group of people, especially with Trump. Tony Blair already is like an Omega Zionist. I mean, he is directly working with Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison has him by the balls, $300 million to the Blair Institute. Tony Blair was also working with Boston Consulting Group when they were putting forward different plans of what they can do post-ethnic cleansing, completion of the Gaza Strip. He also played a role in the Gaza Holocaust Fund, GHF, Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. All of that, like, regardless of Benjamin Netanyahu saying Tony Blair is a non-starter, I think that there is not a lot of friction between Tony Blair and Zionists in general in terms of their grand design on how to dominate the Palestinians. Benjamin Netanyahu, yeah, here's Ed and Germentum. If this ceasefire holds, Donald Trump will have accomplished something that his own opponents spent years saying was so profoundly unachievable that it made endless taxpayer-supported war the only option. They will have nobody to blame but themselves. The question ahead now is if they go with the Blinken CYA line, that this deal was a product of Trump following through with the conflicts his admin started, a blatant lie given that the deal was reached through pressure on Netanyahu, or finally admit that Biden was inept. There's still a lot of daylight to be found. The deal's end goal is making Gaza a Qatari economic colony run by Tony Blair, but that's never going to become an issue if the party line is the only mistake we made was not bombing Iran earlier. No, BCG is Boston Consulting Group. Is it a subsidiary of Bain? I didn't. In regards to, can be found in regards to the deal's end goal of making, yeah. It's true that all is doing at the moment is motivated by his fucking Nobel Peace Prize. I don't think it's just that. I thought BCG was separate from Bain. I mean, all these guys have the same ambitions. All these consulting groups. They are virtually identical. BCG is unique because Benjamin Netanyahu used to work there, however. And they've done a lot with Israel. I thought maybe Bain and BCG merged or something because someone was saying BCG equals Bain. Bain is where Mitt Romney was at. New York Times op-ed affirming what you said earlier. Israel's botched attempt to assassinate members of the Hamas leadership in Qatar began a cascade of events that led Trump and his Qatari, Egyptian, and Turkish counterparts to pressure Israel and Hamas into signing onto a framework agreement. Yeah, I think one of the biggest missteps here was Benjamin Netanyahu bombing Qatar after Qatar had given Trump a $400 million jet. I know that sounds so stupid, but this goes back to Trump 1. Okay? When under Trump 1, the only country in the Gulf Cooperative Council that didn't actually directly glad handle and directly pump bribes into Jared Kushner was Qatar. And they realized then, oh my God, we just have to pay the piper. Like, this is just how it is. Okay? So this time they did. And it's paying dividends. I'm not even kidding when I say this. I think Qatar giving Donald Trump a straightforward bribe played a big role. The uncomfortable truth about Netanyahu's victory. We'll get to that in a second.
Peace, a beautiful term. At first I wasn't sure, and then I realized how beautiful it is. And for the people of Gaza, the focus now must be on restoring the basics of a good life. We're going to have a lot of money coming into Gaza and a lot of rebuilding and building. It's not so much rebuilding, it's really building, cleaning up and building. And I'm pleased to announce that numerous countries of great wealth and power and dignity have come forward to me and just today and over the last week to say they want to help in the reconstruction of Gaza, putting up whatever money is necessary. And the money is, of course, it's a lot of money, but it's not much compared to the value or the wealth of these tremendous countries. And they are ensuring stability and success in the Middle East. So when you think about it, it's a very, very small amount of money is necessary, relatively speaking. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who is doing it, because they really deserve great credit for doing it, and they're going to do something that's really monumental. This is a monumental day. This is a monumental moment in the history of the world beyond the Middle East. We've all agreed that supporting Gaza must be done to lift up the people themselves, but we don't want to fund anything having to do with bloodshed, hatred, or terror, as has happened in the past. And for the same reason, we're also agreed that Gaza's reconstruction requires that it be demilitarized and that a new, honest civilian police force must be allowed to create a safe condition for the people in Gaza. As I said earlier, I intend to be a partner in securing a better future. We're going to be working, you're going to be working with the United States, and we're going to make sure that the Middle East is going to be a safe and secure place. It's a very important place in the world, means so much. There were so many people who said the Middle East, and this has been going for many, many decades. I've read it many times, that World War III will begin in the Middle East. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. There was a time that you would have thought it could have, but it's not going to happen. There won't be World War III, hopefully at all, but it's not going to start in the Middle East. We're not going to have a World War III if we're smart. There'll never be a World War III. Our work begins right here and right now. From ancient times, this region has been extraordinarily mixed with respect to people, culture, religions, all of the different elements of national characters, unlike maybe anywhere else on earth. And for 3,000 years, there's been conflict. For whatever reason, there's been tremendous conflict, always conflict. But today, for the first time anyone can remember, we have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to put the old feuds and bitter hatreds behind us. And that's why so many people in this room, they didn't get along. Some did, some didn't, but they're getting along now. This has brought the people together. This is the first time the Middle East crisis has brought people together as opposed to driving them apart. And to declare that our future will not be ruled by the fights of the generations past, which is foolish. So together, let us continue in the spirit of cooperation and goodwill that has finally brought us to this incredible, historic breakthrough. If we do together, we will reach the Middle East's incredible destiny, a safe and prosperous and beautiful crossroads of culture and commerce, faith in humanity, and geographic center. This will be the geographic center of the world. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank you all for what you've done and for this quick notice. It all came together just at one little period. It just came together. It's the greatest deals happen that way. If you do anything about deals, that's all I've done all my life is deals.
Oh, my God.
The greatest deals just sort of happen. And that's what happened right here. And maybe this is going to be the greatest deal of them all, not just nation building, not just having to do with this or the political whims. This will be maybe the greatest deal of them all, period. And I want to thank all of you and all of these great nations and this region for what it's gone through and all of the fights it's had, or life over death and hope over strife and harmony over hatred. That's what we want. We want it to be that way because together we're going to forge a magnificent, great...
I can't, like, once again, they're having this kind of conversation, and it's like, it's ashes. Gaza is reduced to rubble. Millions of people are basically trying to get back to their homes only to find out that their homes no longer exist. They're trying to rebuild it to the best of their ability. And these fucking assholes came from thousands of miles away. No interest in like rebuilding. No interest in immediately trying to set up like a forensic examination of what took place. Okay? And they're just over here, you know, slapping each other's butts, being like, we did it, we did it. It's like, dude, you did it. Yes. You did the first thing. You did the first thing. You caused, you allowed Israel to destroy Gaza. You allowed Israel to kill so many people. And then now you made Israel stop. Because it got to a point where the rest of the world was questioning whether they even had a democratic process at all. I can't believe it, man. I just, it feels so depraved. Damn right it's called war. Hamas is defeated. I mean, objectively untrue in every capacity, by the way. Like, this is, not only is it not a war, it's a genocide. And even beyond the genocide, it's an apartheid, which, of course, is going to create a retaliation no matter what. But also, on top of that, the idea that Hamas is defeated is also fucking stupid because Hamas itself is just a name, okay? The notion that, like, there is no more Palestinian resistance against Israeli occupation is silly. It's stupid. It's not correct. And even in its current formation as Hamas, very clearly they are still in operation. I don't know what these guys like. I don't understand it. I really don't understand how you can look at the events that have transpired and still have this kind of attitude, you know? I don't understand how you can still maintain this position after 2 years of genocide. Can you explain why people continue to say Hamas was backed by Iran? Asking because I have Democrat friends who keep saying that just to justify what has happened. Yeah, those people are fucking monsters. But the reason why they say that is because Hamas, despite being a Sunni emancipatory group inside of the boundaries of historic Palestine, have gotten logistical help and even in some instances training from Iran, as they are a part of the Iranian axis of resistance against the United States and Israel in the region. But none of that is a justification for Israel's behavior. There is no justification for genocide. That's why the term matters. Except I'm beginning to realize that there are people who will recognize the term and say the term and then simultaneously say, well, you know, maybe some genocides are justifiable. Because I feel like that's where we're getting to. I feel like that's where we're at. Where people basically have decided, actually, you know, genocide is real, but also maybe it's justifiable. Terrifying prospect. Anyway, Trump went to Israel and addressed the Israeli Knesset.
We are coming on the air with breaking news from the Middle East. President Trump addressing Israel's parliament right now following the overnight release of all living hostages in Gaza, a moment more than 2 years in the making and a key step in the first phase of the president's path to peace agreed to by both Israel and Hamas. President Trump addressing the parliament there in Israel. Let's listen in.
Of renewed faith and, above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
What?
After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of
Hamas originally was put into power by Israel and Bibi in 2006, not Iran. Aren't people? No, that's not true. Hamas was not originally put into power by Israel. No, Hamas has gotten funding from Israel throughout time, but that doesn't mean, key takeaway, don't mess with Jews. Pickle Rick 305 says, key takeaway, don't mess with Jews. Brother, how do you not even exhibit a little bit of a fucking fraction of shame after 2 years of genocide? And you still actively connect Israel's actions with Jews and Judaism. It's such a fucking idiotic proposition that literally leads to unimaginable amounts of anti-Semitism. Okay? It's so stupid. It's like if there were, you know, if I was running around being like, I'm Muslim, and if you don't fuck with, ISIS proves, don't mess with the Muslims. Al-Qaeda proves don't mess with the Muslims. Like if I was running around saying that and then turning around and being like, well, if you criticize ISIS or Al-Qaeda, seemingly you are Islamophobic. It's fucking insane. As far as the first guy's point that he was responding to, okay. No, it's not true. Hamas wasn't put into power by Israel. Hamas won elections because Israel's lapdogs in the Fatah party were roundly despised by the Palestinian population at that point. It was America that pushed for elections, even though Fatah and the PA said, let's not do elections yet because people don't trust us. This was in the aftermath of the so-called peace process that had led to Israel basically cutting up the West Bank, which was illegally occupied by Israel and is still illegally occupied by Israel. And the only the concessions that the Fatah group had given to Israel, it only led to more death and more destruction and more domination in the eyes of Palestinians. So understandably, they were looking for an alternative outcome. They were looking for an alternative that was seen as an uncorruptible force. And they turned, as nation states that are dominated by a colonial power often do, to a more fundamentalist group. Hamas was willing to engage with Israel in armed conflict and also was initially cut out from the Muslim Brotherhood. So they were a little bit more on the fundamentalist side. And therefore, they were seen as more honest than Fatah, which was secular. It's that simple. That's the reason why people voted for Hamas over Fatah, which, by the way, they didn't even vote for Hamas over Fatah by like massive numbers or anything. They got the plurality of votes. After America pushed for an election, shouts out to George W. Bush. And then America tried to lead further with a coup, a very violent coup, which led to Hamas taking over and establishing complete control over the Gaza Strip because they forcibly pushed out Fatah after a bunch of Fatah people went and straight up tortured a bunch of Hamas people. They apprehended them. They tortured them. They lost that coup d'etat. It failed. And then Hamas established full control over the Gaza Strip. In that process, however, Benjamin Netanyahu and other groups within Israel saw Hamas as a beneficial party to their grand design because of their Islamist position. They could just easily, with ease, they could just present the Palestinians as like barbaric, fundamentalists, jihadists, whatever the fuck, right? Because they know exactly how the rest of the world treats Muslims that are even remotely devout. Not only that, but also their willingness, Hamas's willingness to also battle against Israel militarily, resist against Israel militarily, made it so that Israel could always use that as a future justification to engage in sieges on the Gaza Strip. And this is not my assessment at all. This is what Benjamin Netanyahu himself openly stated. But Israel's funding of Hamas came way, way later. Hamas started in like 1978 as a charity group, as an Islamic charity group that was a subsidiary of the Muslim Brotherhood in the region. It became a political party with a charter in 1988, and that charter wasn't like a full-blown real charter either. They formalized their charter in 2018 or 2017. But the idea that like Israel directly funded Hamas is also incorrect.
Unceasing war and endless danger. Today, the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war. This is the end of an age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism, whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Baby, please stand up.
The only place in Israel where there will be claps, and even then is controversial, by the way. There is no other place in Israel where you could just be like, and Benjamin Netanyahu, he's so good, and Israelis will go, yeah, that's right. Do the Israelis really see this as a win? I don't know. I don't know where Israeli society is at right now. It does seem like there was at least a lot of like liberal Zionists, for example, that definitely wanted their family members to be extracted and released from captivity. So in that respect, like it's understandable that they are celebrating. I mean, that doesn't mean that there were, that doesn't mean that they were upset about, that doesn't mean that they were upset about what took place in Gaza, because there's plenty of polling that shows that they were very aware and did not care about it at all. Hostages returned and lefties still find something to talk bad about? Wait, what do you mean? Dude, I think this is part of the reason why Donald Trump did this, by the way, so that like some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet could just be like, why are you still upset? It's like, first of all, the ceasefire is good, okay? Not only do I say it's good, but I'm glad it's happening, and I hope it continues, and I hope it stays, okay? And not only that, but also Donald Trump did this and Joe Biden refused to do so. So that's important to note. Having said that, if you don't analyze why October 7 even happened to begin with, then you arrive at this kind of idiotic position where you're like, what do you mean? Hamas started a war and then they lost it, and Trump is allowing them to live, allowing those dirty Palestinians to live. Like this is not a cause for celebration at the end of the day. This is now 80 years of occupation. Okay? Until there is true emancipation for the Palestinians, until there's a sovereignty for Palestinians, or Palestinians have autonomy over their own lives, there is still much more work to be done. Now, the question remains, is Trump the guy to do that? I don't think so. The ceasefire simply stops the genocide, which is good, and it should be praised, and I have. It's so strange to me that people make it seem as though that's not the case. Seconds after announcement that all living hostages were released, Israelis are starting genocidal demands calling to erase Gaza. Now all is left is complete annihilation. Now the hostages are home. We can erase Gaza. Yallah, it's time. Nuclear bomb on Gaza. After 2 years, no hostages. Now we need to crush and destroy all of Gaza. It's time to storm Gaza. Oh yeah, I mean, there are some. I don't know by and large where Israeli society is right now. There are a lot of voices that wanted to obviously complete the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. There were a lot of voices in Israel that wanted this. Some are, I will say this much. I thought I would hear more opposition from Itamar Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and a lot of the other factions that are full-blown, like permanent military occupation, permanent ethnic cleansing in Gaza, like people that have very openly declared that they want to complete the genocide, they have been noticeably absent from the conversation. That is interesting. Okay? I don't know if that's because Donald Trump said, it's done, it's over, shut the fuck up. Bro, they did. Smotrich said they want to immediately go back in with full force. No, but like even like disbanding the government is not even a thing that they're entertaining at this moment. Maybe they will, right? But also on top of that, their fans, like their supporters, are not throwing as big as a fuss. Maybe it's because the media is not covering it. I don't know. Maybe it's because the media is not covering it. Only time will tell where where Israeli society broadly moves. But so far, what I have seen broadly is just a celebration that the hostages have been returned.
And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with. But that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great.
Yeah, like they're not doing like the right to rape riot style. They're not doing that shit that they were doing last time when like the Israeli government tried to like prosecute 6 concentration camp guards. And then they basically were like, nah, that's unacceptable. They should be able to rape the Palestinians to death.
Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamas to set the hostages free.
Will they clap for the Arabs?
To send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect. And I want to thank them very much for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several great American patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible. We were wasting our time. So many people said, you're just wasting your time. But we weren't, because we had talented people working with us, and we had people that loved your country, and frankly, people that loved the region. They loved the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff. You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some
I'm telling you, so many Israelis are secretly seething or coping that this isn't the end. The vast majority want to continue the genocide. Everyone right now is just waiting and seeing if this is real or another Trump Netanyahu scheme. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen enough. Maybe some Israelis, maybe some liberal Zionists at least like have recognized that this was looking real bad. Yeah. As Trump basks in all the adulation and praise for getting the Israeli hostages out, Democrats should think long and hard about how Biden could have gotten this deal too, for reasons we may never fully understand, chose not to exert the power and pressure he had to do it. I said it so many fucking times, man. So many goddamn times. Like, they could have done it. They didn't do it. And they got punished for it. And now, Trump, after continuing it for an extended period of time himself, for like 9 months, pushed it over the finish line. Yeah. Matt Duss says Biden had multiple ways to pressure Netanyahu, including by publicly blaming him for repeatedly tanking ceasefire talks. Biden chose to give him political cover and material to continue the war. No U.S. president is as helpless as former Biden officials seem to want to pretend. Because now you got like Biden world trying to come out and act as though, you know, their hands were tied or some shit. Arab mediators literally kept begging Biden to publicly blame Netanyahu for sabotaging the ceasefire talks. A Saudi diplomat told me Biden didn't budge as he wanted to be remembered as the most pro-Israel president. Today, Israelis were applauding Trump's humiliation of Biden enthusiastically. Like, it is an abject failure of epic proportion in every way, shape, and form. Dan Shapiro says, former U.S. ambassador to Israel, okay. Dan Shapiro says, the ability to pressure Netanyahu was related to Netanyahu's total embrace of Trump and the complete lack of any domestic political blowback to the president for doing it. Biden did not have either of those conditions. Bullshit. Biden would have survived the political blowback because only a majority of Republican voters support arms shipments to Israel, and they were voting for Trump anyway. Majority of Dem and independent voters have dropped Israel. You are stuck in another era. The American public has moved. And not only has the American public firmly moved at this point, they were already moving at the time. And I showed the polling on the matter over and over again. I showed it so many times. There were poll after poll showed that Democratic Party voters, or people who were not just like reliable Dem voters, but people who had voted for the Democrats in the past, or people who would consider voting for the Democrats, said that any sort of initiative that scales back Israel's atrocity or denying weapons transfers to Israel would be seen as a benefit, and they would have absolutely voted. They would have absolutely voted for the Democrats if that happened. It was one of the many different reasons that the Democrats lost. It wasn't maybe it wasn't the most consequential, but it was just another relitigation of the problem at the core of the Democratic Party. This was emblematic of the major problem that the Democrats had in the election cycle, which is their refusal to listen to their base. Okay? They thought they could win by continuing to support Israel. They thought they could win in spite of Israel's unlimited child murder that many Americans could see. It is remarkable. And it is also additionally remarkable that they're still trying to find ands, ifs, and buts in this process to make it seem as though there was no other option. It wasn't just about Michigan, okay? Directly for Michigan, it played a major role, but it wasn't just about Michigan. It was for the entire country, because their inability to listen to reason, to listen to the crowd, on the issue of Gaza, okay, was emblematic of the problems that many people saw with the Democrats. They would not listen. They would not actually try to separate themselves from the Republicans on this. And it caused people to stay home. This is precisely the reason why, even if all of the third-party voters actually all united and voted for the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris still would have lost the election. This is why the idea that, like, oh, third-party voters actually cost the election to Kamala Harris is stupid, especially this time around, because it wasn't as close as the previous Hillary Clinton-Trump bout looked like. It was not just Gaza, but Gaza was definitely significant. Do you blame people for not coming out to vote? Or wait, what? Where is this? Do you blame people for not coming out to vote, or were they justified? This is silly. Okay? In a democratic process, you have to abide by the wishes of your voters. Okay? There will never be a moment where I say, oh, these guys actually fucked up. They didn't vote. It does not matter. Okay? It's the party that fucks up. It's the party that actually does not play its cards right. That's what democracy is about. That's what democracy is. They are supposed to motivate you to get out and vote. I always urge people on the importance of voting. Okay, you will never catch me saying, don't vote, voting sucks, anything like that. I'm not one of those guys. I never have been, and I never will be. Okay, it's the most significant, most consequential, least significant thing you can do. Okay? Voting is very important. Having said that, the notion that people are supposed to vote for you due to harm reduction narratives that you didn't even actually do a decent job describing is a demonstrable failure. And it has been a demonstrable failure. The expectation that people are supposed to make up their own minds about how awful the Republican Party is and then move to vote for the alternative, it doesn't work unless people actually experience it. But even then, seemingly, if the Democrats don't present a counter narrative, if Democrats don't put up a fight against the Trump administration, then it still doesn't work. I mean, look at the Democratic Party's polling right now. Look at their approval ratings currently. They're fucking underwater. Yes, and this obviously leads me to Kamala Harris also saying this. Harris slams protesters during book tour. You want to talk about legacy? Let's talk about the legacy of mass deportations, of not voting, and Donald Trump. Liberals will cling on to this battle forever, and they'll say, like, you guys fucked up. You guys fucked up. They don't understand. That's not how democracy works. The failure is on the party. They got billions of dollars, man. They got billions of dollars.
I'm not president. And if you want to talk about legacy, let's talk about the legacy of mass deportation of people not voting and Donald Trump. I'm not.
This video pissed me off so much yesterday. I yelled and scared the fuck out of my mom. She was not pleased with me. I don't know. I don't know how to like explain this to people. I think a lot of people who are liberals, they want to think about this from like team sports perspectives, not realizing that Kamala Harris's reactionary position, advancing Biden's position on border policy, a right-wing border policy, also played a role in people assuming that the Republicans were right on the border stuff. If only there was a guy who just kept fucking repeating this even before the election cycle. Do you guys remember, even at the early stages of Trump's mass deportation initiatives, you had a bunch of people, including Chris Murphy, try to present this as like, we're the ones who are strong on deportations, not the Republicans. Chris Murphy went out and straight up said, Biden was deporting 15,000 migrants when he was in charge. Trump is only deporting 5,000 migrants. That's a crazy thing to say. Like, nobody thinks you're the mass deportation party. Everybody just looks at you and thinks that you're indecent, that you're a liar, that you got caught in a lie, that you are hypocritical when they see that. There is no reason, there's no moral reason to obviously abide by the media environment born out of hysteria that the Republicans have fucking designed. And there is certainly no reason to hand it to the Republicans on any of these issues, especially because it's not real. And we're seeing what happens when a not real issue becomes a major point of contention. And then the solution is this incredibly militarized ICE engaging in the unjustifiable and immoral practice of mass deportations, kidnapping people from the side of the street, demanding people's papers. That's where we're at. It's so fucking depressing, dude. It's so depressing because if Democrats don't understand that they cannot do this. Here, yeah. In the first week, Trump removed 7,300 people on average. Biden was removing 15,000 a week. Under Biden, 72% of ICE arrests were criminals. Under Trump, it dropped to around 50%. Trump is removing less people and less criminals. These guys are terrible at everything. January 30th, 2025. Like, that's a unacceptable. That is a person who looked at the outcome of this election and still didn't understand why they lost. Now, of course, now they're singing a different tune. Now they realize, like, oh, we have to actually present an opposition to the mass deportations. Right? Yeah, this is from February 6, 2025. A Harris campaign organizer says senior officials ordered them to erase voters who asked about Gaza, marking emails as no response so they'd be removed from outreach. No engagement, no persuasion, just ignored. The only clowns are the ones who decided to abdicate on this. On the Gaza stuff, once again. Like, I'm trying to talk about this in a more holistic fashion. Okay? This is the problem at the heart of the Democratic Party. Their endless need for bipartisanship, their endless need for compromise against an uncompromising and increasingly reactionary force is causing this country to move in the direction of fascism. We're there right now. And there are still some in the consulting class that actively try to do this, where they're like, no, we have to consistently capitulate the right-wing framing on issues. You know, funding the police, a strong border policy, like trans issues, maybe even gay issues later down the line. If Republicans dominate on the trans stuff as they have been, they're going to eventually start, and they have already started moving towards like undermining Obergefell or doing a whole bunch of other shit, like not allowing gay people, the gay couples to like adopt children and stuff like that. All you do in that situation is basically tell everybody that is listening that the Republicans are right. The Republicans are right. We're wrong. They're right. But we'll be better than they are. We'll be stronger on this issue than they are. You cannot outflank the right on any of this stuff. You can't. You have to fight the right on this stuff. Not only because they're wrong, the Republicans are wrong on these issues, and you should have a sense of decency, but also because if you do concede, people just look at you and go, oh, so they were right all along. Okay, I'm going to vote for the right party.
Negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace.
They just wanted to win the election without the left. They fucking hate people like you. They hate the anti-war crowd. They hate the economic populace. They want 100 million Ezra Kleins. It was so obvious. It wasn't a mistake. No, I know. But the problem is you can't win an election like that. You just simply can't. Because it's not just me or my audience. That's why it's such a silly fucking argument. Because many in this community still did end up voting for Kamala Harris. But it's people that have never heard of me. People that don't know who the fuck I am at all. That also have the same anger and resentment. People that go, okay, what am I supposed to do with this information? Okay? That's it. Motherfuckers that are sitting on the couch are not watching me. Okay, motherfuckers who choose the couch over the ballot on the day of the election, they're not tuning in to my broadcast. Okay, the people that are tuning into my broadcast are already actively tuned in all the time, even when politics is not so fun or interesting. Those are the people who are the most tuned into politics.
In the Middle East, you would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over again.
On the border, the choice is simple.
Here you have... Yeah, there's my there's friend of the show Ofer Kasif, and also what's the other dude's name? I'm always forgetting his name, but the two anti-Zionists are, you know, the two like actual Ofer Kasif and Ayman Odeh. The two actually anti-Zionist Knesset members that were sitting in that meeting stand up and show they stand up and they have placards that read, I believe, "Recognize Palestine." Ofer Kasif was reading the Ilan Pape book. And Ayman Odeh is a Palestinian citizen of Israel who gets elected by other Palestinians living in Israel. He doesn't count as an anti-Zionist voice. I mean, regardless. He had a placard up that said "Recognize Palestine," and this was unacceptable. Israeli lawmakers were removed after protesting during Trump's speech at the Knesset. Ayman Odeh, of Palestinian origin, held up a banner reading "Recognize Palestine." Left-wing lawmaker Ofer Kasif also tried to hold up a banner but was forcibly removed from the chamber. Odeh says they kicked me out of the Knesset just for raising the simplest demand, one that the whole international community agrees on. Recognize the state of Palestine. Recognize the simple truth. There are two peoples here, and no one is going anywhere.
I was kicked out of the Knesset for raising the simplest demand, one of the whole international community agrees on. Recognize the state of Palestine. Recognize the simple truth. There are two peoples here and no one is going anywhere.
Yeah. The attack on the Communist Party has been multifaceted. Kasif and other ministers of the Knesset have been suspended without pay on multiple occasions since the war for extended periods of time. Yeah. Yep, they kicked him out.
Knesset member Kasif out of the hall. Please expel him immediately.
Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient.
Oh, he loves that shit. Oh my God. He fucking loves that shit, dude. Oh, you can see he is horny for that. He's like, I want that. Wish I could do that to Chuck Schumer.
So back to Steve. He's but I tell one story because he
Bro, they should make him the president or the prime minister of Israel. Honestly, like, I'm not kidding when I say this. He is more popular in Israel than he is in America. Okay. His approval ratings in Israel are far higher than they are in the United States of America. Go fuck up their healthcare, bro. Go fuck up their healthcare. They can have him. Stay there, please. Don't come back. It's just so crazy because, like, once again, Israel has, one, government-funded abortion, universal health care, universal college. And we foot the bill for their almost entirety of their defense and offense, of course. So they can spend it on their own social programs. Now, obviously, they've like had to scale back a little bit in recent years because of the ongoing genocide. But it's crazy. Just like, go fuck their shit up, dude. Why are you fucking our shit up? It seems like they like you more there. You can keep him.
was so involved, and then we called in Jared. We need that brain on occasion. We got to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. Okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right. But I'll give you just a quick story because, as you know, he's working on the war with Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never happened if I were president. A shame. 7,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. More than that this last week. It's a shame that it never happened. But it did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this horrible war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first, and we'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called. I said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow. I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. I called up an hour later. Let me speak to Steve. Sir, he's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, that's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later, he was still with Putin. 3 hours later, he was still with Putin. 4 hours later, he started to get the word that he was going to be coming out soon. And in 5 hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? And he says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk about it for a certain period of time, and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's a talent where you can do that. Most people I'd send in, number one, they wouldn't be accepted. Number two, if they were, the meeting would last 5 minutes. And that's what happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he really is. He's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve. Very much. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it
We already saw this
so
part.
much that my daughter converted.
Oh, wait, no, we didn't see this part.
I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here.
Converted to Israel? No, they're yeah, she converted. She's Israel now. She's Israel. She Israel high. No, I guess she converted to Judaism. I didn't know that.
And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best
She's
friends.
being converted
They
to
have
the
a very
first round,
special
Batman? I didn't know that.
relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the...
I will never not say this because it must be repeated over and over again. Even though no one will fucking say it, even on the Democratic Party. The only person who I've gotten to agree to it at the time was AOC. The Abraham Accords under Trump 1 and the moving of the embassy to Jerusalem, also under Trump 1, and the permanent recognition of the annexation of the Golan Heights, also under Trump 1, which he will bring up in a second, that he did specifically for the Adelsons. All of those things that the Trump administration did directly led to October 7. Okay? Directly. And it's crazy that if it wasn't so uniparty, if the pro-Israel position wasn't the fucking uniparty position, Democrats would have presented that as a reason. But they chose not to because Biden is a fucking ultra-Zionist. Like, even more so, I criticize Obama all the time for the way he also treated Israel. But post-Obama, the shift to allowing Israel to basically run all of the Middle Eastern policy by the Trump administration was so obvious. Was so fucking obvious. It was so overt. They just straight up were like, nope, we're letting them drive the car. And it's a damn shame that the Biden administration did not even reverse that trajectory one bit.
Abraham Accords, because people...
God. Abraham.
That, right? And Abraham. It's so cool. It's so much sort of nicer, you know? The Abraham versus the Avraham. I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, you know, I sort of split it up. This way we keep everybody happy. But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for anything that's taken place because we had some unbelievably good people working on this. And then you're going to add a man named Marco Rubio, who is also here. That's right. And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that.
They all supported too. Plus, it was a part of Hillary Clinton's agenda in 2008. She said, I personally consider Jerusalem the eternal and indivisible capital of Israel. So, of course, they see no problem. It don't matter. Okay? Because, guess what? Obama didn't do it. Okay? And any kind of Clinton would have done this too is irrelevant because Obama didn't do it. As a matter of fact, Barack Obama did JCPOA, which was against the wishes of Israel. Trump did do it. And he openly, in this speech to the Israeli Knesset, says why he did do it. He straight up is like, Sheldon Adelson, Miriam Adelson, they give me a lot of money. I love money. They give me so much money. I tell him I'm the president, and Sheldon still shows up at my doorstep. I say, all right, Mr. Sheldon, I'll still talk to you. Even after executing the JCPOA and kickstarting the process of maybe somewhere down the line normalizing relations with Iran, Obama, on his way out, still gave a $38 billion defense package to Israel, okay? $38 billion, 3.8 every year for 10 years. And that never stopped Israel from saying he's a Jew hater, okay? So there is no reason. There is no fucking reason whatsoever to ever abide by whatever kind of framework Israel wants us to abide by. It doesn't make sense.
I believe it. And he and I, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down
Obama's
as the
in
greatest.
here.
He will.
Obama, I will never forgive you.
always-
Damn, okay, sorry.
He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense. And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II
World War
decisively. And everything in between and everything before it, we won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick, because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? You know, I just said the hostage, first time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go to war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, my personality actually is all about stopping wars, and it seems to work. Seems to work. But it also means this name change and our attitude that we're not going to go into a war, but if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength.
Bibi.
And that's what it's all about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military in the, right now, history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do it, but some of the things I hated to do. I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous. It's so dangerous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them. And you obviously...
At least we got an American president that's also getting a standing ovation in Israel for once, as opposed to the fucking Israeli president or prime minister constantly getting a standing ovation in America. You know? Hollow victories. Ben Shapiro was in the audience, just left the Knesset after witnessing President Trump's history-making speech. Show forthcoming. Again, stay there, man. Honestly, just stay there. I don't know why you're coming back. Just stay there. It seems like you like it more. Same with Trump. Fucking stay there, guys. Actually. Let us sort our situation out over here. Clearly, we just care more about everything that's going on here. Everyone there seems a lot happier.
They used them very well, but so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day, and to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again.
Greatest president in the history of USA for Israel, maybe? Because, like, it is pretty wild to say this when Trump's, once again, I'm going to repeat this, Trump's popularity in America is significantly worse than his popularity in Israel. Okay? And there's good reason for that. It's because none of the actual things that he said he was going to fix, which, you know, obviously was unbelievable, like the cost of living crisis or whatnot, he has actually fixed it all. And the only promises that he followed through on are actually worsening the cost of living crisis. He's implementing mass deportations. He's funding ICE. He's trying to erode due process and for the First Amendment. These are all things that are creating an environment of instability. All of the tariff stuff that he has done has also consistently created market volatility. The only thing he's actually followed through on is making the tax cuts for the wealthy permanent. And in an effort to make that justifiable, what has he done? He's cutting $800 billion in Medicaid funding. $800 billion. 16 million Americans are going to be kicked off of their coverage. Do you feel like that's winning? If it's winning, have you experienced it? Have you actually experienced it? Meanwhile, he's also sending the military domestically, deploying the American military over and over again. Where is the winning? Where is the winning? Seriously, buzzword bingo next stream? What do you mean buzzword bingo? Why is that chatter not responding? Like, you got nothing. The only thing he's given you is red meat, being like, oh, the 40 transgender NCAA athletes are no longer allowed to compete. Okay. Did that actually fix any of your problems? Calm your tits? Oh, my titties are calm, chatter. My titties are so goddamn calm. You can see my tits are calm. Does it look like I'm losing my mind in any capacity? Does it perhaps make you feel better if you think you have some kind of aesthetic victory here? If you imagine that the quote unquote lib is being owned in this situation? Is that what it is? In your mind, you're like, well, he's owning you right now. He's making you upset. Yeah, I'm upset because I care for every American, regardless of their background. Okay? I care about Americans living in rural areas that actually voted for Donald Trump, who are going to lose the remaining hospital that they had that is already in a state of dire disrepair now that Medicaid funding is being cut. I care about those people. I care about you more than you care about yourself. You found yourself in this situation where you think, oh, well, as long as we are dominating our enemies, the enemies that I've built up in my mind, the real enemies, not the actual establishment, not the financial elite, not the capital owning class, not the landlords that constantly raise rent. The actual elite in my mind is transgender working class Americans or undocumented migrants. Those are the real villains. Trump cares too? I don't think he does. I don't know why you think he still does. He doesn't even do a good enough job claiming he cares. You know? It's just shocking to me that there are still people that truly think that Donald Trump cares. Yeah, here, you want to know what he cares about? Here, this is a great video. I saw this earlier. Okay? Here it is. This is what he cares about. Just Trump riding around in his golf club telling rich members your taxes are coming down while the government is shut down with thousands losing their jobs, people losing health insurance, and kids going hungry. Totally normal stuff.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Your taxes are coming down. See, everyone's happy, honey.
That's awesome.
We've done a good job. Yeah, we'll run through the 9 holes.
Okay.
Hasan, I hate being a leftist so bad we keep taking L's. Listen. At the end of the day, what you have are your morals and what you have are your convictions. Okay? That's it. Stop being a fucking doomer. Stop being a doomer. No matter what happens, you have to keep pushing, okay? In spite of the endless amounts of smears, fear mongering, no matter what it is, you have to keep pushing. Your cause is just, and you're fighting to help others, okay? You're not doing this so that you can feel good, or you're not doing this so that people turn around and say, wow, you're so cool. Or at least I'm not. And I hope you're not either.
From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land...
Think about it this way. Even the fact that Donald Trump made the boss call finally after 9 months of allowing Israel to go crazy mode and do a genocide and refuse to give aid to the Palestinian population. The very fact that they had to put an end to it, and here's the hoping that that ceasefire stands, is because of the pressure applied by people like yourself, the broad awareness initiatives, the mass mobilization, the protests, the flotillas, the demands for boycotts, sanctions, and divestment. This would not have happened. So to the millions of Palestinians who have survived this Holocaust, remember, your voices did matter. Okay? Now, obviously, it's not over. It's far from over, but if the rest of the world, if the world continued to look the other way, do you think Israel would have stopped? Do you think America would have told Israel to stop? They wouldn't have. They would not have stopped at all. Hasan, I don't think you're right about the ceasefire being the consequence of pressure from the left. The current admin in Israel do not care at all about the pressure from the left. Brother, I'm not saying it's the pressure from the left. I'm saying it's pressure in general. You have to remember, not every single person that was out in the fucking streets are card-carrying leftists or socialists or Marxists or communists. What are you talking about? It's pressure from everyone. It was the pressure at the international level in Western liberal democracies that caused Western liberal democracies to turn around and say, okay, we got to do something about this. None of those guys would have ever wanted to turn Israel into a pariah state. If it was up to them, they would continue doing business as usual politics. It's not the quote unquote pressure from the left, but the left was there from the beginning. Hasan, I thought you were specifically saying it was the result of people like that chatter who continue in advocacy. That's why I say from the left. Yes, people like that do matter. Because when it was actually consequential, far more consequential than it is now, to say the truth about what Israel was doing, it was the left that was out in the streets protesting. They lost their jobs. They got slandered, smeared. Their financial opportunities were cut short. But they didn't stop. And as time moved on, more and more people came to that recognition. Do you understand? So yes, the left did actually fucking play a formative role in this. There is no guarantee. I'm not trying to be bad faith here, but I don't see a causational relationship between activists and the ceasefire. Okay. Do you think Trump would have just simply decided, all right, now is the time? Out of nowhere? Or do you think there was immense pressure that people placed on their own governments to do something about Israel, so much so that even Donald Trump decided, okay, Israel has lost the world, in his own words? Where did that come from? Where did that start? How did that start? If this wasn't consequential, the government would not have, under the Biden administration, arrested 3,500 student protesters. They would not have. If it wasn't consequential, the British government would not have made Palestine Action a prescribed terrorist organization and continue to arrest people for the crime of supporting Palestine Action. There is a reason why these guys wanted to implement a chilling effect on protests, because every time, if it wasn't consequential, they would not have bought TikTok and handed it off to one of the IDF's largest singular donors, Larry Ellison. It is weird cope and maybe skepticism to refuse to recognize what Zionists recognize every day and move to implement every day. If it wasn't for mass awareness initiatives and mass mobilization, it wouldn't have gotten to this point. Most importantly, of course, if it wasn't for the bravery of the Palestinians, who were at the site of their own demise, instantly trying to show the depravity of Israel to all who would pay attention to it. If it wasn't for any of that, people would you think Western leadership would be forced to reckon with the incalculable death toll to at least offer symbolic gestures to make it seem as though, there is a pressure valve here. We're trying to release it. I don't agree with this characterization of the internationals as completely morally apathetic when Macron's France, for example, recognizes Palestinian statehood. That is not primarily the result on the streets activism. So what do you think it's the result of? Macron is actually a great example. Macron lost all of his influence at the domestic level because of his austerity measures. And the only part of his governance that remained was foreign policy. Why did Macron take an anti-Israel stance? Perhaps it has something to do with the mass mobilization and his opposition being a more popular figurehead with Mélenchon and numerous others in the Popular Front that were actively and consistently protesting against Israel. The argument that you're presenting sounds kind of silly. I don't want to undermine what you're trying to say here, but it sounds kind of silly because, you make it seem as though these leaders in the Western world, after turning a blind eye to these atrocities that we all saw, that we were all yelling about for a year and a half, almost 2 years, basically turned around and out of the kindness of their own hearts, decided, yeah, now is the time actually for a symbolic gesture. It's very strange. And it also is, it's also almost, it feels like you have this bipartisan fealty, like non-ideological fealty to anyone who is in government, no matter who it is. Whether it be Macron, who is a center-right liberal, or Donald Trump, who is a far-right reactionary. These are all people that actually decided on their own volition, and the unimaginable pressure presented towards them that could potentially even undermine democracy, not in America, but certainly in places like France, in places like Italy. I just don't agree with this vision that these leaders are completely apathetic and only shifted their position out of pure Machiavellian pragmatism. I agree that the activism signal boosted. That's clear as day, but I feel like you're overestimating the role it had in actual consequential policy. I like that you refuse to say what you truly believe, because I think you also recognize how embarrassing it is. Yes, world leaders are completely apathetic. They murder thousands with one command. What do you mean? They're not like regular people like you and I, okay? The notion that Macron actually is not apathetic, but simply finally came to his own conclusions, and that's why he offered a symbolic conditional gesture of state recognition of Palestine after 2 years of genocide. It just happened to be so perfectly timed, you know? He just came to his own senses right then and there and did it unilaterally. It's ridiculous. Just say it out loud. You think politicians are actually good people, no matter what their ideological background is, and they actually make these choices not because of the unimaginable amount of pressure, but because they listen to their hearts. It just happened to be the most opportune moment to listen to their heart. And even then, you have decided to obviously concede on the framing that you said, that the public pressure coming from leftist opposition and public pressure that grew beyond just simply leftist activism or whatever was not as consequential. That was your immediate position. Now you're saying, okay, maybe it was a little bit consequential, but I think these politicians have kindness in their heart ultimately. There is no way that you can describe Israel's dramatic unpopularity swing by simply assuming that politicians actually decided it was Israel was now unpopular. It's ridiculous. How do you account for broad consciousness swinging against Israel and Israel becoming a fucking pariah state over the course of the last 2 years without thinking about the unlimited amount of mobilization that took place against Israel? That makes no sense. Of course it was the mobilization that mattered.
In years since you've known a single day of true peace, but now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, and the ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed, and a beautiful and much brighter future appears suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel. and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand weakened, isolated, and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging, and because of us, the enemies of all civilization are in retreat. Thanks to the bravery and incredible skill of the Israeli Defense Forces and Operation Rising Lion,
Perfect example of engaging. A lot of the protests were obstructive. Any got in the way of people who had nothing to do with the argument, making their first impressions annoyance and inconvenience. No, protesting is assembling in a public space to show your ideals and sway more people to your side or inform the people of an issue. It has nothing to do with actively obstructing other people and becoming a nuisance. Oh, dude. Oh, I think this is Matt Iglesias, right? Is this Matty Iglesias in the chat? Is that what's going on right now? Well, at least he agrees that the DNC needs restructuring because they've been dropping the ball for the past decade. It's not about the number of deportations, it's about the aggression they use to go after them, plus how public Trump's chasing of illegals is. People are roadblocking him wherever they can, which I think is slowing his role. If ICE had full cooperation, I'm sure the numbers would be higher. I'm not a regular viewer here. I think 99% of what you say is trash. I just think it's important to hear all sides of the spectrum. This has to be a DNC op? No, this is like a ultra lib, I think. Like an ultra lib. Yes, protest is not meant to be disruptive. You're right. You're so right about that. Protest is supposed to be done quietly in your living room. Yeah. Broad awareness. Like even mass arrests that take place play a formative role in changing and shaping collective consciousness on issues. You know, mass sit-ins, for example. The civil... Like, the type of liberal that this person represents is the type of liberal that also believes in the whitewash legacy of Martin Luther King Jr., who unironically also did engage in acts of civil disobedience and disruptions. Okay? So even from your standard of, like, what it means to do good and successful types of protests, even in the whitewashed approach to the civil rights struggle, you're still at odds with the way that you present how protests are supposed to be implemented. Just so you understand. Protests are always supposed to be disruptive. The entire purpose of it is to create broad awareness, to put your body on the line, to make sure that people understand that the government is ruthless and brutal when people are actually saying things that you might actually agree with. Okay? Civil disobedience doesn't have to impede an average unwalled person. This guy's looking at the situation of segregation and going, honestly, why are they actually doing mass sit-ins? Like, people just want to get food. Why are people... Why are people engaging in like work stoppages? This is just disrupting the regular flow of commerce for average people that are uninitiated and uninvolved. Please stop protesting. Are you claiming that domestic protests stop the direct genocide? I'm claiming that the international mobilization from working class individuals all around the world, specifically initially started by Palestinian activists, okay? Palestinians living in diaspora, created broad awareness around this issue at a time when the mainstream media refused. Wait, what? Because the Palestinians recorded at Lamau, not because of your useless protest? Wait, what? That's what I said. Without the bravery and the resilience and the steadfastness of Palestinians that put their lives on the line to record their own demise to those who would dare to pay attention, no one would know exactly what's going on. No one would know what's going on at all. You are arguing against the position that I do not hold. My point is, every step you take in the right direction matters in ways that you can't even comprehend in that initial moment. Okay? That's it. That's it.
Guy's central casting. Let's put him in a movie. Look at him. Great job. And my people loved working with you. Loved it. They worked so well together. But many of Iran's top terrorists, including nuclear scientists and commanders, have been extinguished from this earth. And with Operation Midnight Hammer, boy, that's a great name for that, what we did. Last June, the United States military flew 7 of those beautiful B-2 bombers. They look so beautiful all of a sudden. They were always, I thought they were pretty planes.
Well, you know, HasanAbi's winning is a chat chock full of haters. I know that is the sign of someone who's converting people to their viewpoint. I don't think that that's the best sign, honestly. Trump has a lot of haters too. Well, I guess he is converting people. But no, my point should be reassessing how to actually be effective rather than patting ourselves on the back by claiming our extremely marginal protests were effective at all. Trump's narcissism probably played a bigger role. Okay, the reason why I started addressing the importance of protesting and how putting your body on the line mattered in terms of kickstarting broad awareness, okay, broad awareness initiatives, is because Trump's narcissism would not have caused him to recognize that there was even a problem at all for Israel here. But he very openly said, Israel's lost the world. Israel is losing the world. We're going to fix that. And the only reason why Israel fucking started losing the world is because, once again, the Palestinians were filming how Israel was slaughtering them, mutilating them, murdering them, and how people saw that, were horrified by that, and were taken to the fucking streets. Okay? What are we talking about? If these things were not consequential, and writing it off as marginal is so fucking stupid because you're doing the other side of like what ContraPoints claims, okay? God damn, some of you leftists are such classic fucking doomers, such unimaginable nihilists for no fucking reason. At a time when someone was behaving in a doomer fashion, I was trying to explain that like your voices do matter, okay? It might come across as marginal, it might come across as inconsequential, okay? But it's not. It moves the needle in the appropriate direction, little by little. Because if it wasn't consequential, these fucking assholes would not be working to arrest you, okay? This isn't to say, you know, pat yourselves on the back, our job here is done. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's just beginning, okay? But every now and then, you also have to recognize that these sorts of initiatives actually changed, swung the opinion, the opinion of the Western world broadly against Israel. Jesus Christ. Like, please. I've been at this game for 12 years. I've seen with my own 2 eyes how dramatically the public opinion changed on Israel, how dramatically it swung in the opposite direction. So when you guys come in here and you say, nah, that doesn't matter. Like, what, you think people came to their own conclusions on their own? Like, no, they didn't. Every single person that you talk to directly and convinced to see the truth is another person that can go talk to 10 other people, okay? This is how change happens. I understand that human life is finite and we have horse blinders when it comes to dramatic shifts in public consciousness, when it comes to like change happening, but every little bit matters. That's it. And if it didn't fucking matter, these people would not be actively trying to stamp it out, actively trying to harm you to get you to shut the fuck up.
I had no idea they could do what they did. In fact, we just ordered 28 more of them. A little updated version. We ordered a whole pile of them. And
Yes, this is a better take. The main reason this ended was the cost of continuing military operations was too high. Part of that is the diplomatic cost internationally, and the part of it is the direct resistance. All of it led to Israel and America realizing the cost outweighed any gains. Yes, make no mistake. I've been saying this since day one. Eventually, there will come a moment where the American administration that has been full-throated in its support for Israel will have to recalculate how much they can let Israel get away with. We are there now, it seems. If this ceasefire holds, and it seems like Trump will push for it to hold, and obviously the job is not done, right? It blows my mind that you saw so many people change their minds over the course of the past 2 years. Hasan, if you believe public opinion matters to this degree, then you're implicitly conceding that liberal capitalistic states are in some way responsive to popular will, at least to some degree. I don't disagree with that, but I'm surprised to hear it coming from you. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm like some fucking vanguardist guy or something? Like, what do you mean? Okay, so you were wrong about your opinion. Yes, of course I think public opinion matters. The reason why I think public opinion fucking matters is because I understand that it makes it harder. It makes it much harder for the administration to continue along in the way that they, to continue along in the ways in which they want to continue. It certainly wasn't mainstream news that was covering what was going on in Gaza with honesty. It wasn't the politicians. So how the fuck did so many Americans come to that realization on their own? Look what happened when the Democrats ignored public opinion. They lost. Jesus Christ. Even if I was a vanguardist, I also analyze that the current material conditions are not ripe for any sort of like mobilization. We do not even have labor militancy in this country. We barely have trade unions in this country. The fuck do you mean we have a Marxist-Leninist vanguard? We have nothing. You have to recognize and work within the confines, work within what you have.
Almost 100 other planes went with them, including fighter jets. We had 52 tankers, big, beautiful.
From the way my Israeli grandparents are acting, I think this could be real. They keep talking about how Hamas can't be left still existing. Israelis really wanted this to be the complete end of Gaza, and the troops actually moving out and allowing Palestinians back into the north shows this isn't purely aesthetic. The political landscape in Israel is going to be about how to destroy Hamas. They won't give up this genocide easily. I agree. For sure. But we'll see how we get there because, again, if America is recalculating the cost-benefit analysis here and realizing that, like, Israel's become too much of a fucking pariah, so it's getting in its own way, and it's therefore getting in America's way of whatever kind of grand design they have for the region, with Israel playing the jockey role here, okay, Israel controlling that grand design, they have to basically tell them, stop for a little bit, please. You're getting at, you're going too crazy mode, okay? You blew up Doha. That's fucking insane. We have thousands of fucking troops there, and you just struck the capital of a oil-rich regional power that is under a security arrangement with us, perhaps the most consequential. That's where U.S. Central Command is. And Israel thought they could get away with fucking blowing up Doha after using the Trump administration to bring all of the fucking negotiators into one room. Qatar has taken hits twice now at the behest of Israel and America. Once from Iran and once from Israel directly. It's crazy. Nah, libs think the Dems losing was your fault, but somehow international protesting is marginal. Yeah, it's just... it's just people thinking that they... it's just people that want to be right. That's all this is. You're right, Israel is too rabid, maybe, but we are still benefiting from the arms industry, literally destroying Syrian sovereignty, which was their biggest W in the last 2 years, and did a genocide for which there will be no Nuremberg or accountability. Maybe our movement should move to prosecute those complicit harder rather than saying our protests achieved a lot. Did I ever fucking say that these things are not true? Or did I ever say that we shouldn't be moving to try and prosecute these people? Of course. Of course. That's why I stress the importance of, like, this job is not done. This is not over until Palestinians have sovereignty, until Palestinians have emancipation. What the fuck? I don't know where you're coming from, man.
Brand new tankers that were loading them up 4 or 5 times. They've traveled 37 hours back and forth. Think of that.
That's why I always say America does not hate Israel enough. Okay, that's true. It's just true. There are plenty of other countries where they hate Israel a lot more. America has fallen behind.
But we had tankers all over the sky for all the other planes. We had the F-22s, the F-35s, F-16s. We had a hell of a lot of planes. So we had 52 gas stations in the sky. That's what they call them. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be flying one of them. We have our great General Raisin Cain right here. General, stand up. This guy, what a general.
Like, it just blows my mind that there's Americans, maybe Arabs living in diaspora, but certainly not Palestinian, I suspect, being like, oh, these protests are marginal. Yeah, okay. Go talk to the fucking Palestinians in Gaza if they think the protests are marginal. They don't think the protests are marginal at all. Like, what are we talking about? You got like little babies in Gaza holding up signs being like, we stand in solidarity with the fucking student protesters that are getting arrested. And you got white Americans in the chat being like, dude, this shit doesn't fucking matter. Of course, every little bit matters. Okay? Every little bit matters. I'm just saying, maybe he's an Arab in diaspora because his name is Monkey D. Houthi. Okay? That's the only reason why I said that. I don't even think Arabs in diaspora feel that way. They also exist in a world where they have been declared public enemy number 1 for like the last 25 fucking years. What are we talking about? So even they cannot comprehend how much of a public attitude shift has happened on the issue of Israel. I was just giving him an out before he goes, I'm not a white dude from fucking Kentucky. I'm actually Arab or something, you know? Doesn't change the reality. It's just he's still wrong.
I asked General Cain, I said, you know, we're having problems with ISIS, and I was in Washington, and I asked, how long would it take to defeat ISIS? And my Washington generals told me 3, 4, maybe 5 years, sir. I said, I don't get it. We got the best equipment in the world. Why? So I flew to Iraq and I met with a man named Cain. He said, what's your first name? He said, they call me Raisin, sir. I said, wait a minute. Your name is Raisin Cain? I've been looking for you.
Shouldn't we phase out blanket statements and just say the majority of Israel? Because I'm sure the protests in Israel don't support this. That being said, the state of Israel has been violating human rights since the 40s. So are they an exception to blanket statements? Yeah, I abide by the public polling and public approval for the death and destruction in Gaza amongst the Jewish Israeli society. And they are almost in unison in support of the famine and the mass atrocities that have taken place. Okay? They know it's happening. They don't give a shit. They have been polled on this issue on numerous occasions. Okay?
For a long time. You gotta be kidding. So they told me 3, 4, 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I sit down with him and I say, why is it? I flew there in the dark of night. I landed, I'll never forget it. It's quite a trip. I'm glad I made it because I met him. I said, could I ask you, General? I come down. He's standing with another general and a sergeant. Everybody was like central casting. They could go into a movie right now. Between him and you guys over here, we could get rich making movies, okay?
Who the fuck is that sumo wrestler guy? What's his name? Stephen Chung. He's Trump's social media guy. I love him. He's one of my favorites in the admin. He's incredible. He is a sizable lad.
And they got along so great. That's the beautiful thing, that your military and our military, Bibi, got along so great. But I was told by the television generals in Washington, we have the best equipment in the world. Why is it taking so long? And they said, 4 years. I said, so let me ask you, Raisin, how long would it take you to defeat ISIS? Sir, we can do it in 3 weeks, but you'll probably have some time left over. I said, you got to be kidding. What the hell are you talking about? They said 4 years. I said, well, sir, look, it's not my place to say, but you're asking me the question. What you have to do is you hit him from the west, you hit him from the north, you hit him from the south, you hit him above, you hit him below. I said, so why didn't they do it? And he didn't want to speak badly of his superiors, which is hard to believe they were his superiors. Should have been the other way around a long time ago, because he's the one that did Operation Hammer. It was flawless. It was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. And I said, so you really think you can do it in 4 weeks? Yes, sir, 100%. You have to do it differently than they were doing it. They were using one base, and it was hundreds of miles away. And he says, we have all these portable bases all over the Middle East. And they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to offend the country where the portable, they wouldn't have even known what the hell the planes were going up, right? They wouldn't have known. But he said, no, they didn't want to defend anybody, offend anybody. And but we can do it in 4 weeks. I said, you sure about that? I'm going to call you back. I'll call you back on Monday. I'm going back to Washington. But you think 4 weeks? Yes, sir, I think we can do it in 4 weeks. We'll have time left over. So I call him on Monday. I said, you think you can do it? 4 weeks. I said, go ahead and do it. He did it. I'll tell you, he did it in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks. So, General, stand up, please. Again.
Also, Kane is a venture capitalist.
This is
awesome.
A real general. This is not a television general. He doesn't want to go on television. He doesn't want to go on television. I said the other guys love being on television. So we dropped 14 bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally, as I said originally, obliterating them. And that's been confirmed, and everybody understands it. Together we stopped the #1 state sponsor of terror from obtaining the world's most dangerous weapons. And if you think about it, if we didn't do that, and assuming we made the same deal that we have today, there'd be a dark cloud over this deal. And #1, it wouldn't happen because the other Arab and Muslim nations really wouldn't feel comfortable making the deal that we have now, right? If Iran had that nuclear weapon that they were about 2 months away from having. They would have had it in 2 months or maybe less than that. They were right at, this was our last shot. They looked at it for 22 years. This was our last shot. The pilots told me that. They said, 22 years, sir. They looked at it. Our predecessors looked, they studied it. 3 times a year would do drills on that exact attack. And boy, did they get it right. But let's assume they didn't, and let's assume there was large-scale nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran. We couldn't be here today. Even if we signed the deal, which we couldn't do because a lot of people would not want to have anything to do with it, we took a big cloud off of the Middle East and off of Israel. And it was my honor to help. But it isn't it true, though, that can you imagine the same, let's assume, Bibi, the same documents, we had everything the same, but you had somebody out there that was, in the opinion of everybody, all powerful in the Middle East. They took a big hit, didn't they? Didn't they take a big hit? Boy, oh boy. They got it from one side, from the other. And you know, it would be great if we could make a peace deal with them. And I think that's maybe, would you be happy with that? Wouldn't it be nice, I think?
Not as many people applauding for that
I think
one.
they're tired. Somebody said, sir, they're starting their nuclear program again. I said, let me tell you something. They're not starting anything. They want to survive. The last thing they want to do is start digging holes again in mountains that just got blown up and start. They're not doing this. They want to survive, okay? But I think we have a chance. Steve, you, and I think Jared, come on, I'll call you back for another one. We always bring Jared when we want to get that deal closed. We bring Jared, but Steve, you and Jared and the General and Pete and Marco, you'll get that deal done easy. I think that'll be easy. But first we have to get Russia done. We got to get that one done. If you don't mind, Steve, let's focus on Russia first, all right? We'll get it done. In Lebanon, the dagger of Hezbollah, long aimed at Israel's throat, has been totally shattered. My administration is actively supporting the new.
I think some of the most consequential aspects of this past 2 years has been the incredible deterrent that both the Palestinian resistance has presented, making this genocide as costly as possible, making it so that like Israeli reservists did not want to return at all, making it as difficult as possible. The deterrent from the Ansar Allah in terms of shutting down an entire fucking port, okay? Shutting down an entire port in Israel. And then the deterrent from the IRGC as well, the Iranian ballistic missiles that in a matter of 12 days were able to virtually deplete the entirety of Israel's stockpiles and American stockpiles too. Stuff like this seems irrelevant or silly, but it's not. It's not irrelevant at all. It's actually very consequential. That is the only time when Israel has been forced to stand down and forced to back down. Because they've shown once, time and time again, that the only time that they ever recalculate whether or not they can go as hard as they want to is if they feel like they're getting punished too much. That is something to always remember and something to always consider.
President of Lebanon in his mission to permanently disarm Hezbollah's terror brigades. He's doing very well. And build a thriving state at peace with its neighbors. And you're very much in favor of that, I know. And it's good things are happening there, really good things. And with this week's ceasefire, we've achieved the most challenging breakthrough of them all. The most challenging breakthrough maybe ever. I mean, I've never seen anything like. I've been involved in a lot of success. I have never seen anything like what's going on today all over the world. People are dancing in the streets, not just in Israel. They're dancing in the streets of countries that would have never danced in the street about what's happening today. They're dancing in those streets.
He loves talking about dancing people.
This difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form. So Israel, with our help, has won all that they can by force of arms. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. I said he's a very nice opposition leader. I think, no, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. He knows what he's doing, right? No, he's a very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi. But only by embracing the opportunity.
Yeah, by the way, you're the nice guy he's talking about. The nice guy he's talking about right here. Let me find this quote real quick. Lapid, I say to all those who demonstrated against Israel, I am the leader of the opposition, and I tell you, you were deceived. Now that the war has stopped, you have time and a chance to go and learn the facts. The truth is there was no genocide, no intentional starvation. Such strong opposition, man.
Opportunities of this moment can we achieve our goal of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. You don't want to have to go through this again. 8 years ago, I came to this region on a very special first trip abroad as the President of the United States. I came here very early at your request. I addressed the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world gathered in Saudi Arabia and said that it was time to build a future free of the grip of extremism and terror. And interestingly, right now, as soon as I'm finished, I'm quite late. You've kept me quite late between opposition leaders and Bibi's.
Yeah. This is why those banking on the Israeli opposition convinced very few. Yair Lapid, head of Israel's opposition, openly stated, those who demonstrated against Israel in London, Rome, Paris were deceived by propaganda. The truth is there was no genocide, no intentional starvation. Yes, to the chatters that it's like not being genocidal is a losing position. Yes, it literally is. The only people who are anti-genocide in that fucking Knesset were packed up and forcibly removed from the Knesset. So yes, you're not wrong. It's crazy. Anyway, I'm going to move on from this speech. I can't listen to him anymore. But
Benjamin Netanyahu,
he
the
is,
Prime Minister,
he has said the war is over. Okay, that's perhaps one of the greatest recognitions that we'll get. Now
This
let's
is
talk
the
about
moment,
the reaction to the hostage swap. I don't want to fucking see this person's face any longer. I can't deal with Donald Trump.
Zangauka was reunited with his mother. You are my life, my champion, my hero, she says. For more than 2 years, her son's been held by Hamas, but the living hell of his captivity is now finally over. And as the hostages were reunited, the images were beamed into Hostages Square. The mood, one of sheer elation.
For me, it's everything. It's human being life, and they are coming back.
Seeing specifically Alon, who's the son of my arts teacher, return, it's like this big relief.
For the families of hostages who'd already been released, this day has brought some resolution.
For my grandma, it was impossible. Every day she woke up in the tunnel, every poster she saw, she went back there. Now she's released. So this release is not 20 hostages only. It's a release of all live hostages came back from Gaza.
Since October the 7th, the square has been a site of weekly demonstration. Chants of frustration are now turning into songs of celebration. And tears that once fell in despair are now tears of relief.
They've been coming to Hostages Square for the last 2 years to campaign and pressure the government, and they can't believe this moment has finally come. The mood here is one of optimism, relief, and joy. And they credit one man, really, with getting the deal done, and that's the American president, Donald J. Trump.
When helicopters pass overhead, ferrying freed captives to nearby hospitals, The crowd erupts again and again, looking upwards to the sky. The sense of catharsis here is palpable. After a nightmare 2 years, a chance for the healing process of a nation to begin.
And we say thanks to the US for their involvement and their huge push to move it, because our government didn't seem to care much about it.
There's pain, and there's grief, and there's sense of big relief. And the most intense feeling is that we're really all connected. It's like a part of me came home.
Now that the living hostages are home, attention turns to those who did not survive. Officials say repatriating remains will take time. And even amidst the celebrations here, for some families, closure still remains heartbreakingly out of reach. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Tel Aviv.
Inside this convoy, prisoners released by Israel in exchange for their hostages. Some of these people have been behind bars for decades. The police were under orders to try to keep things low-key.
Yeah, Itamar Ben-Gvir said no celebrations again.
Contagious.
The Israelis insist that many of these prisoners are terrorists, but here the Palestinians consider them a blend of freedom fighters and political prisoners, many of whom have been held in jails for years without trial. And now, amidst this chaos and euphoria, they are being greeted as heroes.
There were tears.
If you think the majority of Israelis actually care about the hostages like this, you're deluded. How is Western media going to deal with this when all these freaks demand they go back into Gaza? What do you mean? They're just going to... I mean, look at this fucking anchor. He says Israel says these guys are terrorists. Like, that's how the media is going to go along with it. How has the media covered it so far? Incredibly biased, incredibly one-sided. No investment in like reporting on the accuracy of incidents at all. And that's precisely what they're going to continue doing. They'll probably stop covering it and move on to other shit so that people stop complaining. And they'll also simultaneously make it impossible to get the word out with the likes of Larry Ellison purchasing TikTok and David Ellison purchasing CBS. We have that to look forward to.
And there was defiance. This man said he'd been beaten in the hours before his release.
My message to the world is to come together and help the Palestinian people, to stop massacres. I wish peace on everyone. My last moment in prison were most painful of my life.
Delight for some, dismay for others, who suffered a cruel disappointment. Khadir, a police officer, has just been told that her brother had not been released as promised. Instead of being brought here, he was sent to Gaza, and he'll then be deported. Khadir's sister Abir was here too, along with their cousin, stunned at the news.
We got a call from my cousin last night and a written warning taped on our door saying we weren't allowed to celebrate. At midnight, they moved him south and then to Gaza, all without our knowledge. We came to see him, but we were shocked when he wasn't on the bus. It's part of their playbook, psychological terror, playing with our emotions and those of the prisoners.
The tendrils and echoes of captivity seep deep into the West Bank. In the crowd, we meet Aman Nafa, speaking to her husband, Nael. He was initially convicted of murder, but then spent 45 years in prison, more than any other Palestinian, and was deported to Turkey earlier this year. To many, he's a hero. A man doubts Israel wants peace.
I know that Netanyahu, he did this and he doesn't want to do it. And Netanyahu himself, he just wants the war to continue until he finished Palestine and everywhere, not just in Gaza, even in the West Bank.
What are your emotions when you see the attention of the world at these Israeli hostages?
Double standards, but I believe the people...
By the way, these are... there's two things happening here. One, if there's a white Western reporter, that means it's in the West Bank. Because right now, as it stands, no Western reporter, with the exception of one Swiss journalist, I think, has been able to go into the Strip. So that's a quick way to... I mean, they already mentioned it, but if you're, like, confused in the future, if you want to understand, like, where these guys are, know that they're in the West Bank, right? And the prisoners that are being released, the hostages that are being released on the Israeli side to the West Bank, or the ones that are being deported, okay, those are Palestinians who have either been under administrative detention or Palestinians who have been tried in military courts as enemy combatants, which is, again, illegal because the occupation of the West Bank by the Israeli military is illegal. And the people that they arrest and apprehend in many circumstances haven't actually done any wrongdoing whatsoever. But the ones that they do actually present as like murderers, or the ones that they do present as like, the most significant terrorists or whatever, those are the people that are actually, in most circumstances, fighting against Israeli troops. As in, technically under international law, they do have a right, a legal right to fight back against the military occupation. This is an apartheid. It is definitionally an apartheid. So whenever you hear about like a Palestinian that's been arrested for doing a murder, in most circumstances, they're talking about a Palestinian that had like a fucking a bag of a bag with like scissors in it or something. And they either like stabbed an Israeli occupational force soldier or a fucking cop or something like that, that was in the process of, in many circumstances, in the process of killing Palestinians on illegally occupied soil that does not belong to Israel. So that's something that you always have to consider. Now, having said that, are there people who have killed like civilians? Absolutely, there are. But we've seen the civilians in the West Bank. Do with that information what you will. They do not get criminal prosecution, as a matter of fact, for killing people, killing Palestinians.
They know what is happening about in Palestine. This is important for us.
And her skepticism is not unique.
Israel think that they could save their security only by more blood and more kill of our people.
So it feels like what you're saying is there's going to be more attacks, more battles, more deaths.
Sure, if there is no political solution, this conflict will continue to be bloodshed conflict.
It is that fear of the future that drives anxiety into the fabric of the West Bank, where the spectre of violence always looms. Adam Parsons, Sky News, Ramallah.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we've reported, the Gaza ceasefire deal is in effect. Phase 1 of the U.S.-backed 20-point plan is under...
It's time for GOAT Talk. Israeli historian Ilan Pappé talking to Amy Goodman, my two goats.
Way. Hamas has released all 20 living captives, hostages. Israel's releasing some 2,000 Palestinians in Ramallah and now in Khan Yunis in Gaza. Today, President Trump addressed the Israeli Knesset and then is on his way to co-chair a so-called peace summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, with President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu will not be among the 27 or more world leaders who will attend. He was invited, but says he is not going. For more, we're joined by the Israeli historian, author, and Professor Ilan Pappé, Professor of History and Director of the European Center for Palestine Studies at the University of Exeter, and the chair of the Nakba Memorial Foundation. Among his books, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine Almost 20 Years Ago and Gaza in Crisis, which he co-wrote with Noam Chomsky. His new book, Israel on the Brink, and the 8 revolutions that could lead to decolonization and coexistence. We thank you so much for being with us. Professor Pappé, if you could start off by responding to what has happened. We're watching in Khan Yunis, prisoners being released, Palestinian prisoners up to 2,000, and in the occupied West Bank, though there, families were told if they dare celebrate the release of their loved ones, they might be arrested. And we saw the release of the 20 Israeli hostages as they return to Israel. The Hamas says they're returning the dead hostages, the remains, over the next few days. Israel has not said they will return the dead prisoners, of which it's believed there are nearly 200 in Israeli prisons. Your response overall, and now to the summit in Egypt.
Yes. First of all, there is some joy in knowing that the bombing of the people in Gaza has stopped for a while. And there is joy in knowing that Palestinian political prisoners have been reunited with their families, and similarly that Israeli hostages were reunited with their families. But except from that, I don't think we are in such an historical moment as President Trump claimed in his speech in the Knesset and beforehand. We are not at the end of the terrible chapter that we have been in it for the last 2 years. And that chapter is an Israeli attempt by a particularly fanatic, extreme right-wing Israeli government to try and use ethnic cleansing in the West Bank and genocide in Gaza to downsize the number of Palestinians in Palestine and impose Israel's will in a way that they hope would be at least endorsed by some Arab governments in the world. And so far, they have an alliance of Trump and some extreme right-wing parties in Europe. And now I hope that the world will not be misled that Israel is now ready to open a different kind of page in its relationship with the Palestinians. And what you told us about the way that the celebration were dealt with in the West Bank and the incineration of the sanitation center shows you that nothing has changed in the dehumanization and the attitude of this particular Israeli government and its belief that it has the power to wipe out Palestine as a nation, as a people, and as a country. And I hope the world will not stand by, because up to now it did stand by when the genocide occurred in Palestine.
We have just heard President Trump's address to the Israeli Knesset. He followed the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. I'm not sure, but in listening to Netanyahu, I don't think he used the word Palestinian. President Trump has just called on the Israeli president to pardon Netanyahu. Your thoughts on this, and also the possibility of why Netanyahu has not joined this summit that President Trump will be co-chairing. Many are speculating for different reasons, didn't want to anger the right that's further right than him. Others are saying the possibility of his arrest, not on corruption charges, but on crimes against humanity, the whole case before the International Criminal Court.
It could be a mixture of all of it, but I think at the center of it is the nature of the Israeli government that was elected in November 2022. This alliance between a very opportunistic politician who's only interested in surviving and keeping his position as a prime minister, alongside messianic, neo-Zionist politicians who really believe that God has given them the opportunity to create the greater Israel and maybe even beyond the borders of Palestine, and in the process eliminate Palestinians.
I mean, to be fair, Benjamin Netanyahu himself has also personally talked about the Greater Israel Project. Like it's not like, I mean, maybe it's just red meat for the base, but he has also openly stated his desires for Israel's boundaries to expand. And yes, Funk Master Call, I did bring up the fact that Palestinian joy is illegal. They still do it regardless.
I think that his consideration are always about his chances of survival. So whatever went in his mind, he came to the conclusion that going to Cairo is not going to help his chances of being re-elected. My great worry is not that he didn't go to Cairo. My greatest worry is that he does believe that his only chance of being re-elected is still to have a war going on, either in Gaza or in the West Bank or against Iran or in the north with Lebanon. We are dealing here with a reckless, irresponsible politician who is even willing to drown his own state in the process of saving his skin and his neck. And the victims will always be from this adventurous policy, the Palestinians. I hope the world understands that the urgent need of, and I'm talking about world leaders rather than societies, you already discussed with Ahmad what is the level of solidarity among civil societies. But I do hope that political elites would understand especially in the West, their role now is not to mediate between Israelis and Palestinians. Their role now is to protect the Palestinians from destruction, elimination, genocide, and ethnic cleansing. And nothing of that duty, especially of Europe that is complicit with what happened, and the United States that are complicit with what happened in the last 2 years, nothing of that we heard in the speeches so far in preparation for the summit in Egypt. And I have a feeling.
Wait. The chatter that is talking about, like, half our soldiers, you are only legally allowed to capture active combatants as POWs. It is simply inaccurate to call them all POWs or prisoners. I'm just here saying you should not say things that are inaccurate. One is legal and the other is illegal under international law. It's a big difference. There's a reason media only refers to them as hostages and Palestinians as prisoners. It's because people do make that distinction in their mind. Yeah, except the media is wrong when they actually refer to all of the captives in the hands of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad and numerous other resistance groups as hostages, because there is a good chunk that were actually taken as captives from military bases. There is a really funny in this moment. I guess it's like, you can actually say it's funny, even though it's like kind of fucked up to laugh about it, but like a really fucked up way in which the media has referred to Nimrod Cohen, for example, where they say like Nimrod Cohen was kidnapped from a tank and held as a hostage. He was in a tank. Okay. There is no international standard where someone who is sitting in a fucking tank is considered being kidnapped as a fucking hostage. But the reality of the matter is, in Western media, you are still a little baby hostage. If you are, and you can still be kidnapped, even if you are inside of a fucking tank. Aren't there like 3 out of the 48 that are actual soldiers? No. There are some that were soldiers, but were actually taken hostage, and they weren't in active duty at the time. Or like there are active duty soldiers who weren't in military fatigues or weren't like actually engaging in like Argamani's boyfriend. Okay, Noah Argamani's boyfriend famously was at Nova Festival. He actually is, it turns out, active duty in the military, part of the special forces in Israel, but he was at a festival. So he was not a belligerent. He was not an armed combatant, and he was taken hostage. So there is that distinction as well. If you want to get like super literal with it, that is a distinction that matters. Now, of course, it doesn't fucking matter to Israel, because the rule of warfare for Israel is You can kill anyone and everyone and then claim that they're fucking Hamas. The rule of warfare for actually killing people who are literally armed combatants for Israel is that you can kill them in their hospital beds. You can kill them when they're going home. You can kill them and their family members. This is all illegal, okay? Israel has never abided by international standards. Israel's every single act on the Gaza Strip is literally illegal. By international standards, as a belligerent occupier of a captive population that is hermetically sealed from the rest of the planet, you are not supposed to actually go in there and bomb that strip. Every single bomb, every single military action that has been taking place inside of Gaza that Israel is the belligerent occupier of is actually an illegal act. People do not understand that. People do not realize that. Israel had no right under international law to go into a territory comprised entirely of a captive civilian population. It's just so crazy. And this is before we even start talking about the West Bank, where it's even more illegal. But it doesn't matter. International rules, international law, regulations, the rules of combat, rules of warfare only matter if someone is there to actually hold a nation state like Israel accountable. Okay? And the Western-backed leadership has actually created numerous loopholes when making assessments of legality, such as proportionality. Okay? Proportionality is a legal loophole created for like the United States of America or even countries like Israel when they are slaughtering civilians. And yet Israel has completely dropped all notion of proportionality because they were not even invested in making it seem as though they are trying to actively target Hamas militants or actively try to take out some of their own hostages from the Gaza Strip. They were not invested in that at all. They were very clearly, definitionally, by their own words, open about their intention to do a genocide, to do an ethnic cleansing on the entire population.
Feeling that we won't hear anything about it also later on. There is a different way in which our civil societies...
How are you here still streaming? Wait, what do you mean? Where should I have been going? What do you mean? Was I going somewhere? Should I be at your mom's house? Is that what it is? Maybe this chatter thought I would have gotten raptured because I'm a good Christian. Have you thought about that? You guys are being meanies about him, saying, no, he means like you should be in prison or something. But I like to think he's being nice, and he's thinking, I'm surprised that you haven't been harponzoed into the heavens because you're such a good Christian. Just saying.
I refer to Palestine as a place that has to be saved and protected, and still this irrelevant conversation about our political elites, about a peace deal, a two-state solution, all of that has nothing to do with what we are experiencing in the way that the Israeli government thinks it has an historical moment to totally de-Arabize Palestine and eliminate and expunge the Palestinians from history and the area.
Thanks for watching.
We're joined now by...
Okay, this was actually some pretty solid back and forth here with George Stephanopoulos. Normally I'd say George Slopadopoulos, but he actually didn't deliver slop today. I always hear about this Netanyahu doing all this just to get out of jail time. I don't buy it. He's a real believer in a Jewish ethno-state. I'm sure this is partially in his mind. Yeah, I agree with you, Secretary of Antifa. I don't think that it's him trying to specifically avoid a prison sentence. That's a part of the calculation, but it's not the most significant aspect of the calculation. I think he wanted a legacy more than anything else. He knows that this will be his legacy. And by that, I mean, like, when we talk about his legacy, we talk about it in negative terms, but in Israel, everything is upside down. So that's a positive legacy for him. For us, genocide is the worst legacy you can have. For Israeli society broadly, genocide is the best legacy that you can possibly have, which is what I think he wanted more than anything else. He wanted to, like, completely use this as an opportunity, perhaps their last opportunity as America's global power is waning, to strategically, ethnically cleanse the entirety of the Gaza Strip, and then eventually move on to a complete occupation of the West Bank. Like, I mean, they already have a complete occupation, but like a permanent annexation of the West Bank, and slowly but surely push out through a sequence of pogroms the Palestinian population in the West Bank as well.
Vice President J.D. Vance. Mr. Vice President, thank you for joining us this morning. Let's start with the Middle East. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Hamas has confirmed they are holding 20 living hostages, and that those hostages are going to be released in the next 24 hours, early as today, perhaps. Have 20 living hostages been confirmed? When do you expect to see them?
Well, they've been confirmed, George. Of course, you don't know until you see these people alive, but thank God we expect to see them alive here in the next 24 hours, probably early tomorrow morning, U.S. time, which will be later in the day, of course, in Israel. But look, George, we have to remember this is a remarkable achievement from an administration that really chose a non-conventional path to diplomacy. And I think that's the major takeaway. The President of the United States instructed Marco Rubio, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff. He said, get a deal done. Talk to the Gulf Arab states. Talk to Israel, find where there's common ground here, and actually let's go and find a way to get it done. And because of that, we are on the cusp of true peace in the Middle East, really for the first time in my lifetime. Certainly, these 20 hostages are going to come home to their families, George. I think this is a great moment for our country. Our country should be proud of our diplomats who made this happen. It's really a great moment for the world, too, which is why the president's going to go over there and celebrate with these.
I mean, come on. He's so beautiful. He's so beautiful and so glorious. Look at him. Gib mir mein Lolli. Mein Lollipop. Oh, ich kann nicht glauben, mein Lollipop. Wo ist mein Lolli? Literally nothing. Like, look at this. It's the same image.
Hostages, but it's a great thing, and I'm very excited about it.
200 U.S. troops are being sent to Israel to monitor the agreement. What exactly will they be doing? Will they actually go into Gaza? And are you concerned they could get caught in some crossfire?
George, so that story is actually misreported. We already have troops at Central Command. We've had them for decades in this country. They are going to monitor the terms of the ceasefire.
Yeah, the American troops that they have in Central Command could get caught in the crossfire by Israel, okay? Because the Central Command that is in Qatar has been bombed by Israel. So if there's any crossfire fears that they might have, it's probably going to come from Israel. Obviously, I'm joking. He's talking about 200 troops deployed to Israel specifically. They're going to be handling the logistics and all this stuff. They're not going to have an active combat role, is what they said.
And that's everything from ensuring that the Israeli troops are at the agreed upon line, ensuring that Hamas is not attacking innocent Israelis, doing everything that they can to ensure the peace that we've created actually sustains and endures. But the idea that we're going to have troops on the ground in Gaza, in Israel, that is not our intention. That is not our plan. There was a bit of a misreporting there, but we are going to monitor this peace to ensure that it endures. The other piece of good news that's been underreported, I think, George, is that Indonesia and a number of other majority Muslim states, they've actually offered to send ground troops to Gaza to ensure the necessary peacekeeping takes place. That's not something the United States is going to be expected to do. That's something the Muslim world is going to step up and do. And that, again, is because of the Trump administration's diplomacy.
The president has also pushed for National Guard deployments in several American cities as you know. That's been questioned by several federal judges, including Trump appointees. Also, the Republican governor of Oklahoma and chairman of the National Governors Association, Kevin Stitt. Here's what Governor Stitt said. We believe in the federalist system that states' rights. Oklahomans would lose their mind if Pritzker and Illinois sent troops down to Oklahoma during the Biden administration. How do you respond to Governor Stitt?
Well, I'd say to Governor Stitt, you have to look at what's happening on the ground in Chicago. And the reason why Illinois is a different case from Chicago is because Chicago has been given over to lawlessness and gangs for too long, George. If you look at the murder rates in Chicago, the violent crime rates, you have women who have young families. They're terrified their kids are going to get killed in a drive-by shooting. We have accepted this for far too long in the United States of America and some of our biggest cities. And Chicago, unfortunately, is the worst. It's a beautiful city. It's got great people. We know the gross majority of the violent crime in that city is committed by a very tiny fraction of the population. Why shouldn't federal troops empower the people in Chicago to live safe lives when the governor and the local mayor just simply refuse to do their job?
But as you know, a federal judge, a U.S. district judge, has blocked the effort to deploy troops in Chicago. And it was Judge Perry, and she actually said that a lot of these claims that were made, especially in the court filings, lack credibility.
Well, George, we're obviously going to litigate this as much as we can. We think that we have the authority to provide proper safety to our citizens all over the United States, but particularly in Chicago. But I think for any federal judge or anybody else to look...
They're in Rogers Park. They're in Kenilworth. They're in the whitest, most affluent suburbs. It was never about crime. I mean, none of it is about crime. Even the fucking deportation of undocumented people is not about, like, limiting crime. They're not going after criminals. As a matter of fact, they're doing the opposite of going after criminals. They're letting criminals go free because all of the other federal law enforcement apparatus forces that would otherwise be tasked with investigating, like drug trafficking, for example, have now had to engage in interior removals. Okay? They have literally taken people off the drug teams. They've taken people off of the sex trafficking teams and specifically made them go after interior removal and to defend the fucking ICE mass apprehension initiative. It is fucking crazy. It's the exact opposite of tackling crime. It's the most redeeming quality of federal policing that they are taking away. They did this last time as well, never to this degree. Okay? It is crazy. It's so fucking crazy. Like, I am not a person that believes that there is no role that law enforcement has in modern society. Okay? I believe that as it stands currently, they do not abide by the principles of protecting and serving the population. They protect and serve capital. Having said that, in a perfect world, there still needs to be a mechanism of law enforcement. Okay? What that law enforcement does obviously needs to be heavily regulated and significantly limited, significantly scaled back in the way that it works. Having said that, this is the one aspect of law enforcement that you're supposed to fucking do, which is, I don't know, investigate actual crime. And these guys have completely dropped the ball on that. They do not care. Like, either engage in, community advocacy, community safety, or actually investigate real crimes that are taking place. And it's crazy because this is your most liberal take? No, I'm not an anarchist if that's what you think. And even anarchists themselves also fucking believe that there needs to be some kind of like community policing. So there is no ideology out there. Okay? There is no ideology. Even anarchists who are abolitionists still understand that something needs to exist as a formation that resembles what you would, under normal circumstances, consider to be a policing unit. Okay? Whether it is democratically organized or not doesn't matter. I can't believe we're having this fucking insane conversation every single time I talk about police. Okay? There has always been police in every single society. Okay? There has been something that you could point to as policing. The USSR had cops as well. Okay? Cuba has cops. China has cops. Everybody has cops. Something that it plays that role of by their existence, something that plays the role of law and order, the presence that is supposed to their president's supposed to invoke that there is like some kind of peacekeeping taking place here. The problem in America is that that's not what cops do. That's never what cops have done historically. And it's certainly not what they're doing right now. Okay? But as it stands currently, the only redeemable aspect of law enforcement is also being deprioritized. People are literally, because of the ways that this administration is operating, they are moving federal law enforcement away from like tackling drug trafficking or tackling sex crimes and shit like that, specifically to interior removals. So they're moving people away from, serious crimes that they're supposed to be tasked with investigating and apprehending people on, to directly fucking deporting random people that work as barbacks, that work in the fucking local eatery, that work in the factories, that work in the goddamn fields. Lame ass take. Supposed prison abolitionist believes law enforcement should exist. Reformist ass take. Yes, I'm fucking lame reformist. Shut the fuck up. This is not a position that is new or unique on this broadcast. I've always talked about it. Okay? Please stop. This is so fucking stupid. This is not a serious or sincere argument that we should be having right now. Okay? Jesus Christ. Most crimes are born out of people's material conditions. I understand that. And if you want to solve crime broadly to the best of your ability, you have to solve that problem. Okay? Having said that, there will be still crimes as it stands currently, given that we have a limitation in the field of medicine. There will still be crimes that are born out of like socially maladaptive behavior, crimes born out of antisocial personality disorders, things like that. And as long as we can't fucking rehabilitate, or as long as we currently can't actually move to use therapy to eradicate that kind of crime, there is always going to be a necessity for some kind of apprehension, okay? It's gonna happen. Also, on top of that, there are very powerful people who are engaging in these sorts of crimes. I would like to also enforce some kind of justice upon those people as well. Please stop. Anyway, there will always be a need for a presence of community-backed unit of people that invoke the presence of law and order. The problem in America is that cops do not actually create law and order. They create lawlessness, panic, and disorder. Okay? That's it.
Look at the situation and say, is it tolerable? And I think the obvious answer, George, is no. The president looks at this situation. He sees the fact that you have multiple people dying of murders every weekend in the city of Chicago, and he says, this is intolerable.
I'm sorry, but I have to disagree on this. How this Trump's material conditions explain the crimes he's committed. Did you not hear what I just said? I said most crimes, like petty theft or even like aggravated assault and whatnot, are a direct byproduct of people's material conditions because they've just been left behind, okay? That's why I said most. What is going on? I feel like I have an entire community of professional misunderstanders. Hasan gets mad for a living? I mean, I kind of do. You're not wrong. You actually are not wrong. I do get mad for a living, it seems, sometimes because there are then crimes that we consider to be crimes, but are actually totally considered legal by the current system that we exist under. Okay? If you steal from the rich, that's a crime. If you steal from the poor, you will become rich.
It's not just the people who live in Chicago, it's the law enforcement in Chicago, federal, state, and local, who are trying to keep us safe, George. You've seen ICE agents being teed off on in suburban Chicago, in places all over the state of Illinois, and other places too. You see 1,000% increase in violence against our ICE agents. They're being assaulted. They're being...
Don't get mad. Abolitionists are reasonable people who you owe an explanation to why you are a reformist. Wait, what? I would like to know why you are a reformist, though. Don't you think a world is possible where people wouldn't commit crimes, or even if they still would, that it couldn't be solved differently? I'm going to keep it a $1.50. I do not owe anyone an explanation. If you disagree with me and you don't like the explanation that I've designed for you so far, then you have every freedom to just fuck right off. That's number one. Number two, what do you do about a pedophile, dude? Like, not to use this example because it's the most extremist example, but like, what do you do when someone fucks a minor? What do you do? Do you just go, hey man, that was really fucked up. Can you not do that? What do you do when he fucks another minor? Well, he just keeps raping children. What do you do? Oh, dude, what the fuck? Oh, I just thought you gave me a fucking pinky promise. Like, there is, even in the process of rehabilitation, there needs to be a level of apprehension and detention to stop the person from actually raping more children, right? Rehabilitation cannot exist without some form of carceral process in some heinous crimes, okay? Jesus Christ. All laws are technically authoritarian, okay? All laws are authoritarian. There are people out there that want to fuck children, okay? It is authoritarian to them to say, no, you can't do that. We have statutory rape laws, okay? It's authoritarian to them. They want to do that. And I'm glad those laws exist. Oh.
Beaten, they're being shot at. I think all Americans, Democrat or Republican, we look at this scenario, we say, this is not acceptable. We want people to be safe. We want our law enforcement officials to be empowered to keep us safe. We can do this, and that's exactly what the Trump administration has committed to doing.
Governor Pritzker is our next guest. President Trump has said that he should be in jail. Do you think Governor Pritzker has committed a crime?
Well, I think Governor Pritzker has certainly failed to keep the people of Illinois safe. And it's interesting to me, you know, Governor Pritzker will talk a lot, I'm sure, about how bad Donald Trump is, about how bad I am, and about how bad the administration is. He is the governor of a state that where its biggest city has murder rates that rival the most violent places in the third world, George. Why is he so mad at Donald Trump for trying to keep Chicagoans safe? He should be mad at the criminals that he has failed to keep at bay. We're trying to help him, and we're trying to help the residents of his biggest city. I wish that he would let us, because he certainly isn't doing the job himself.
I asked if you agree with President Trump that Governor Pritzker has committed a crime.
Well, I think that Governor Pritzker has allowed a lot of people to be killed in the city of Chicago and elsewhere, George. I think that it's disgraceful, and I think that he absolutely should suffer some consequences for the fact that there are thousands of innocent Chicagoans who are dead because he failed to do his job.
Please shock your dog.
It's really a yes or no question. Do you believe he's committed a crime?
George, you're going to keep on asking this question. I'm going to keep on telling you that Governor Pritzker has failed to do his job. He should
answer the question, JD. I mean, this is, by the way, this is like the most basic thing that you can do as a journalist, for the record, or as a commentator in general.
Committed a crime.
Well, I think that Governor Pritzker has allowed a lot of people to be killed in the city of Chicago and elsewhere, George. I think that it's disgraceful, and I think that he absolutely should suffer some consequences for the fact that there are thousands of innocent Chicagoans who are dead because he failed to do his job.
It's really a yes or no question. Do you believe he's committed a crime?
George, you're going to keep on asking this question. I'm going to keep on telling you that Governor Pritzker has failed to do his job. He should suffer some consequences. Whether he's violated a crime, ultimately, I would leave to the courts, but I certainly think that he has violated his fundamental oath of office. That seems pretty criminal to me. I'd leave it to a judge and jury to decide.
I love that. It's just like, hey, Governor Pritzker doesn't like me, and I think it should be illegal. Governor Pritzker doesn't like the current administration. is totally operating within the confines of the pre-existing law. And I don't like that. So it should be illegal and we should punish him, is basically what he is saying here. But I will not get myself to say he has actually violated the law, because he hasn't.
Decide whether he's actually violated the crime.
Let me also ask you, as we saw the indictment this week of Letitia James on questions of mortgage fraud, also Lisa Cook has been accused by the Trump administration of committing mortgage fraud as well. The journalism outlet ProPublica has actually published a story, and I want to show it up on the screen right now, that says that several members of the Trump administration have faced similar questions. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer entered into 2 primary residence mortgages in quick succession. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has primary residence mortgages in New Jersey and Washington, D.C. Lee Zeldin, the Environmental Protection Agency administrator, has 1 primary residence mortgage in Long Island and another in Washington, D.C. How do you respond to critics who say that the Trump administration is engaging in a double standard here?
Well, I'd say 2 things, George. First of all, ProPublica is basically a left-wing blog. I'm not shocked that you found a left-wing blog that can attack members of the Trump administration. But second...
Okay, but like, he's not even tackling the veracity of the reporting. Just, it's left-wing blog. First of all, they shit on the Democrats too. They're just one of the only decent resources for journalism that remains. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, I hate when these motherfuckers never actually respond to the reporting, the veracity of the reporting, where they're just like, oh, well, this is left-wing blog.
And this is the most important, is what does the law say? Letitia James was indicted in a left-leaning part of our country, a part that voted very heavily against Donald J. Trump, for the crime of mortgage fraud. When I read the indictment, when I read the facts in the case, I see a person who committed mortgage fraud. Now, of course, the jury is going to decide whether she ultimately committed a crime. We don't try her. The administration doesn't try her. A judge tries the case, and a jury decides whether she's ultimately guilty. That is what is going to determine whether she goes to prison. I think we let the facts drive this. And, George, that's what we've tried to do in the administration's Department of Justice. We've asked ourselves, has a person violated the law? And if that person has violated the law, then we decide to prosecute him. That's what the Department of Justice should do.
Chatters who are saying, when will we watch the Zoran rally? There's so much more going on right now, so I can't watch the Zoran rally right now, but I will get to it.
It didn't do that under Joe Biden's administration. It does under Donald Trump's.
On the facts, do you dispute the facts that ProPublica reported?
Do I dispute a far-left blog that I haven't read that you brought up in this interview? I have no idea, George. I have no idea what they actually said. But I certainly question the source. I question their credibility. And most importantly, I'm not worried about what they said about members of our administration. I ask the question, what does the law say? And if the law says that you engage in mortgage fraud, and a local prosecutor, a local grand jury, and finally...
It's awesome that they're like straight up... Donald Trump has straight up been like, you have to prosecute my political enemies. You have to do that. I'm saying that publicly to you, even though technically I should be saying it privately to you. But oops, I'm saying it publicly. So we might as well say it publicly as well, because nothing matters anymore. And JD Vance is like, well, this is the most honest. This is the most honest act of justice that has ever taken place. Okay. Yes, the previous prosecutor, the previous attorney general said that there wasn't indictable evidence here. There wasn't enough evidence to indict this person. And they looked really long and looked really hard. But guess what? That person is fired. Okay. And the new person has very clearly found enough evidence, in air quotes, in a matter of days. Okay. In a matter of days. Crazy. I know. But it is totally above board, okay? Totally legal. We crossed our T's and dotted our I's. It's all good, baby. Come on now.
Finally, a jury convicts you of that crime, then that is how the justice system is meant to work in the United States of America.
The White House border czar Tom Homan was recorded on an FBI surveillance tape in September 2024, accepting $50,000 in cash. Did he keep that money or give it back?
George, you've covered the story ad nauseum. Tom Homan did not take a bribe. It's a ridiculous smear. And the reason you guys are going after Tom Homan so aggressively is because he's doing the job of enforcing the law. I think it's really preposterous. I know Tom. I think that he's a good man. He gets death threats. He gets attacked. He gets constantly threatened by people because he has the audacity to want to enforce the country's immigration laws. I think that it would be a much more interesting story about why is it that Tom Homan, who is simply enforcing Americans' immigration laws, is getting constantly harassed and threatened to the point of death threats. That's a much more interesting question that I think journalists should
yeah, you should ask this question instead, not the question that you directed towards me, which is, why was your border czar bribed by the FBI for 50 grand? Excuse me, please stop asking me this question and ask me different questions instead.
We can agree to disagree on that question.
Well, wait, you said he didn't take a bribe, but I'm not sure you answered the question. Are you saying that he did not accept the $50,000?
George, this story has been covered ad nauseum. He did not take
it. No, it hasn't actually, because this administration is so fucking corrupt that no, this story hasn't been covered ad nauseum. As a matter of fact, this is one of the few instances where a mainstream media resource, a mainstream media commentator, is actually covering it for the first time by directly asking a question to the vice president. This is the coverage. It's not covered ad nauseum.
A bribe. Did he accept $50,000? I'm sure that in the course of Tom Homan's life, he has been paid more than $50,000 for.
This is my favorite thing that Republicans do, which is to describe something that is literally open and shut, black and white, a crime. Okay, receiving a $50,000 bribe in a fucking manila envelope in an FBI sting operation is literally just as straightforward as it gets. It's a bribe. It's a crime. Okay. But of course, Republicans love doing this thing where they go, excuse me. Oh, it was in a kava bag. Sorry, it wasn't in a manila envelope. It was in a kava paper bag. Takeout. Sorry. Anyway, he describes it. It's even worse because the manila envelope has some class, okay? The kava bag is classless. Having said that, understand something here. He's literally just going, excuse me, has Tom Homan actually had services rendered for $50,000 throughout his career? I'm sure he has. It's like, that's not the question. They're not asking. He's not asking you if Tom Homan has ever been given $50,000 for a job. He's asking if Tom Homan was caught in an FBI sting where he was given $50,000 in a bribe. And the answer is yes.
Services. The question is, did he do something illegal? And there's absolutely no evidence that Tom Homan has ever taken a bribe or done anything illegal, which is why he's working in the administration.
I'm asking you, did he accept the $50,000 that was caught on the surveillance tape? Did he accept that $50,000 or not?
George, I don't know what you're talking about. Did he accept $50,000 for what?
He was recorded on an audio tape in September 2024, an FBI surveillance tape, accepting $50,000 in cash. Did he keep that money?
Accepting $50,000 for doing what, George? I'm not even sure I understand the question. Is it illegal to take a payment for doing services? The FBI has not prosecuted him. I've never seen any evidence that he's engaged in criminal wrongdoing. Nobody has.
Yeah, if he's never seen it, then it doesn't exist.
Accused Tom of violating a crime, even the far left media like yourself. So I'm actually not sure what the precise question is. Did he accept $50,000? Honestly, George, I don't know the answer to that question. What I do know is that he didn't violate a crime.
So you don't, what was caught on the tape, you're saying right now you don't know whether or not he kept that money?
I don't know what tape you're referring to, George. I saw media reports that Tom Homan accepted a bribe. There's no evidence of that. And here's, George, why fewer and fewer people watch your program and why you're losing credibility. Because
he's doing the thing. So now it's illegal to accept money for exchanging services? Excuse me. Oh, dude, I didn't realize it was illegal to get paid. Typical socialism. Everybody knows that's what socialism is, when you don't get paid for your job. Excuse me, we're a capitalist nation here, George, and not socialistic like your favorite Palestine or your favorite Greece, okay? And therefore, we do things the right way here. We pay our friends for a job well done. We tip them. That's what the FBI was doing. He was tipping Tom Homan. The FBI officer thought he did a great job on the border and was like, here's a tip for you. No tax on tips. Remember, W's all around for Donald Trump. Let's go.
Talking for now 5 minutes with the Vice President of the United States about this story regarding Tom Homan, a story that I've read about, but I don't even know the video that you're talking about. Meanwhile, low-income women can't get food because the Democrats and Chuck Schumer have shut down the government. Right now, we're trying to figure out how to pay our troops because Chuck Schumer has shut down the government. You are focused on a bogus story. You're insinuating criminal wrongdoing against...
Wait, J.D. Vance literally asking SCOTUS to further expand Citizens United, basically eliminate bribery as a crime? Fuck it, YOLO, you know? Whatever.
It's a guy who has done nothing wrong instead of focusing on the fact that our country is struggling.
Yeah, instead of focusing on the fact that we also shut the government down because we want to cut Medicaid. And we refuse to stand down on the position that 16 million Americans must lose their health care. Because we're evil on every front, George. Why are you forgetting how evil we are, George? Remember that, George. Remember all the other awful shit that we're doing.
Because our government's shut down. Let's talk about the real issues, George. I think the American people would benefit much more from that than from you going down some weird...
He's so rizzless, bro. Everybody outside of Trump and this goddamn administration, and even Trump now, is like getting so old that he's also becoming more and more rizzless. No riz whatsoever. No riz. Everything is dying. Everything is falling apart. Everything is computer. Everybody transgender. And they are trying to do everything in their power to just like fucking steal as much as they can. Look at this. Barron Trump tipped for top TikTok job. I don't want to believe that this is a real story. I just refuse. It could literally be real, and I still would refuse to believe that it's real, okay?
Left-wing rabbit hole where the facts clearly show that Tom Homan didn't engage in any criminal wrongdoing.
It's not a weird left-wing rabbit hole. I didn't insinuate anything. I asked you whether Tom Homan accepted $50,000, as was heard on an audio tape recorded by the FBI in September 2024, and you did not answer the question. Thank you for your time this morning.
A couple of weeks ago, you were doing an interview and you talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help?
Oh, this is funny. He just straight up is like, I'm not getting into heaven. All right, where's the fucking live broadcast of the Zoran rally? Biden commented on the PP. Biden commented on PP. Hold on, I'm gonna get back to that later. Where's the rally? Do we have the rally? Is it available somewhere? Give it to me.
As we watch Zoran rise up and become one of the most electrifying politicians New York City has ever seen.
I mean, Zoran's not even up yet. I don't know why you guys want me to watch it right now.
But like Kobe said.
Okay, we'll get to it when like other people go on. Okay, hold on. I'm going to Bari Weiss for now, and then we'll watch when the Zoran stuff happens.
We're gonna dive.
HBO did a thing on Bari Weiss, finally, Bovine Bari, and I'm very excited to report that John is still with it. Okay, he's still doing the damn thing. Yeah, after Bari Weiss, editor-in-chief CBS News is actually now uplifting stories from Weiss's Free Press. Some NYPD officers worry about Mamdani becoming the New York City mayor, the Free Press reports. They're going to make me vote illegally even extra hard for this man, huh? They're going to make me vote harder for this guy. Oh, yeah, there's also this story.
Week I did.
In this... In today's news, in unimaginable incompetence, Glenn Beck reveals the FBI is so desperate for proof of an Antifa network that FBI Director Kash Patel is sending FBI agents to his house to hit Beck up directly for tips.
The TV show that apparently got the FBI's attention. The topic was initial investigation, a jumping off point, shattering the myth.
What is this? Have you found an apartment yet? You're going to have to move next month? What does that mean? Oh, in New York? Oh, no.
That Antifa just, It's just leaderless and decentralized. We thought, no, it's really not. So we dove in headfirst and we analyzed the Antifa network, and we went from the street thugs to the support groups, eventually to the funding. Okay. To say the FBI was interested in this might be an understatement. Let's just say the FBI is turning over every single stone. It is so clear to me that they are exploring all angles of this, and they are talking to anyone and everyone that can give them any kind of information. How do I know? Saturday, I get a phone call. The director would like to send over some agents to speak to you, Glenn. And I'm like, the FBI agents? Yes, you said some things that they need to talk to you about. And I'm like, well, good things or bad things? They'll be over. So they sat in my living room. 3 agents sat in my living room on Saturday afternoon for almost 2 hours. And I immediately called Jason. I'm like, Jason, you're the researcher. It's your fault. I'm going to throw you under the bus. You better get your butt over here. So Jason was there, and my wife and Jason and I sat there, and it was surreal at one point. I talked to him for about 15 minutes just going over the Tides Foundation and saying, if you understand Tides, you'll understand how difficult your job is going to be. And this is information that I first gave on Fox years ago. Let me just say this. Finally, we have an administration and an FBI director that is willing to go in deep.
Exactly. Finally. Finally. Finally, someone dumb enough finally, someone stupid enough to run the FBI that they would go to Glenn Beck for this kind of information. To be clear, Glenn Beck episode the FBI is interested in is the same chalkboard crazy wall stuff Beck has been doing since the Obama administration among the nodes in Antifa's network, Charles Schwab and Fidelity. You're just mad he found out who Mr. Antifa is and you still don't know who Q is? It's true. FBI fell off so hard since Comey went partisan. Yeah, National Guild of Lawyers. Obviously, that's Antifa. Act Blue is Antifa. These guys are fucking insane. The problem is we are run by incompetent morons. So their insanity under normal circumstances would lead to any sort of like investigation immediately being declared too stupid to follow through on. Unfortunately, it doesn't even fucking matter anymore. Okay?
All right.
Social media as a news source, Harry Emden ran the numbers. He crunched the numbers again. If you're wondering why your boy is in the crosshairs of some very powerful people all the fucking goddamn time, well, maybe this has something to do with it. Let's take a look.
If it is on social media, it must be true. Okay, maybe not. But there are some new trends on who is getting what news from where on social media. And for that, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. Really interesting trends that you picked up on here. Let's start with the who is getting their news from social media in general now versus a few years ago.
I just want to note that if I say it on social media, John, it's 100% true. Totally. You can trust everything, including that the New York Yankees stink. But take a look here. I think this is a very clear shift. I would argue it's a monumental shift because traditionally speaking, folks who got their news off of social media were Democrats. You go back to 2021, 52% of Democrats got their news off of social media compared to just 45% of Republicans. Jump ahead now to this year. What do we see? We see the Republican number up like a rocket. Now you get 55% of Republicans who get their news on social media compared to just 52% of Democrats. So Democrats have stayed steady over the last 4 years at this point in the Joe Biden administration, while Republicans have seen a 10-point climb, and now more Republicans get their news off of social media. And if you're on social media a lot like I am, I don't think that's too much of a surprise.
No, not at all. Specifically Twitter. If you're on Twitter, you've noticed a shift here.
Oh, I would think so. I think there are a lot of folks who have been on Twitter and may have realized, wait a minute, there seem to be a lot more Republicans in my feed, especially since Elon Musk took over. And oh my goodness gracious, what a tremendous, monumental shift on the regular news consumers on Twitter/X. You go back to 2021, the party ID margin. Democrats were 37 points more likely, or 37 points more likely to be a Democrat on Twitter or X than a Republican. Jump ahead to this side of the screen. It's completely changed around. Oh my goodness gracious. Now it's a 14-point lead for Republicans on Twitter/X. We're talking about a 51-point shift in the margin, and John and I were talking about it just before. You can see it with your own eyes. This is polling reflecting what you're seeing in the social media real world, where all of a sudden, John, you just see a lot more Republicans in your.
I wonder how that happened. How do we combat this outside of heavy internet censorship? First of all, the heavy internet censorship is coming regardless of this, in spite of this. There's just, I don't know. You just keep pushing. Dark woke irony leftist got them all banned today. My friends run this site. Yeah, I saw that. Apparently, all of the fucking Groyper Twitter accounts were just like running around doxing every left account on the platform or something. I saw that there was like a platform specific drama, and people are fucking losing their minds over this. People are talking about how, finally Elon Musk banned like the right-wing psychos or some shit. I don't fucking know.
I like the word social media real world there.
It's real to me, gosh darn it.
Okay, so again, this is a huge shift. You just don't see shifts like this in general. But what about the idea that there are other social media places that Democrats can go, and maybe that they're going there instead, and that's making up for it all?
Yeah, there are a lot of folks that I know who are on the left side of the aisle who ran over to Blue Sky or ran over to Threads. But here's the deal, Johnny O. The bottom line is those are minuscule compared to Twitter or X. Use this social media in 2025. 21% of Americans are on Twitter or X. Threads, it's just 8%. Blue Sky.
Low-key, that's higher than I suspected. I thought it would have gone down. I thought it would have gone down from that. I'm going to be honest. I thought it would have been lower than that. And it seems like it's not.
Even smaller, just 4%. You add together the 4 plus the 8, that gets you to 12%. That is only about half the level that are on Twitter/X. So as Twitter/X has gone to the right, yes, there are people, as Johnny moves away from me, from the left, who have come over and started to use either Threads or Blue Sky, but that does not have the megaphone, as my voice is oftentimes, that Twitter/X does. So the bottom line, that Twitter/X has become much more further right, has been a real difference maker in terms of what folks are hearing when they go into the social media real world.
You don't need a megaphone. Harriet and hashtag, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also to reinforce, 21% is not the whole country.
It is not.
People are sleeping on Blue Sky. I don't know anymore. I think all social media is ass. Anyway, I thought I would be able to get to fucking Zohran Mamdani's speech here, but I'm too tired, and I'll get to it tomorrow. I am going to end the broadcast here. That's crazy. That's crazy. How do you know? I didn't even start the music yet, and this big bitch knows that I'm about to be done.
Hey. I'm just doing this to sound like blacks in the chat, so hi.
Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in D.C. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show Chad Weiss. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react Lord friend gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many find some meaning through it all. So there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll play no pics so soon. You wait. Say, hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll watch 90 Days soon.